sees my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are
while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. heart afire.
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are
while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are
while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. fire.
my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah.
Welcome to the remote edition of the first Remix Conf Europe. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Remix Conf EU. My name is Brittany Postma. I'm a developer experience engineer at Netlify, where I get to do a lot of fun content like emceeing this conference. And I'm really excited to be here learning more about Remix today. And I'm happy to be joined by my co-host, Paul.
Hey everyone, glad to be here. My name is Paul. I'm a developer advocate at Strappy. Love everything React, Remix, my favorite framework. Love how it works with Strappy. And back to you, Brittany.
All right, thanks. It's amazing how many people have registered today for the conference. That's so exciting. Look at that number, 4,781 attendees today. It's exciting to see all the people that have registered to talk about Remix. And what's even more exciting is that they're all from all over the world. Look at all the different continents that we have covered today.
Let's talk. Today, we'll be using Slido during the whole day. Speakers have prepared their questions to you, and you'll need to reply to them via Slido. But now, let's test how it works. Go to sli.do and enter code 1818 and take part in the poll from us. We'll discuss the results soon. And the first question is, what is your favorite remix feature? So go to Slido and enter code 1818, and we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, and those choices are mutations, remote state, and nested routes. So go over to Slido and check those out. Thank you also to the program committee for the great program today. We have Nicholas, Brooks, John, Kent. Big round of applause to all of you. Thank you.
We, of course, have to thank our wonderful sponsors, Storyblock, Focus Reactive, and Netlify. The conference wouldn't be possible without them.
And also oh,
it's all right,
sorry
Brittany.
about that.
And also our media partners, CodeStacker. I know Brittany was super excited. We're all excited for this amazing talk. But CodeStacker, a YouTube channel about web development and coding languages such as HTML, CSS, SAS, JavaScript, and TypeScript. Also, Leonidas Esteban is a Google developer expert in web technology, CSS, and JavaScript nerd, front-end mentors, and teacher of over 50,000 students. And of course, Epic React, a series of code along interactive workshops from Can't See Dots. Thank you all for your support. Back to Brittany.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I just want to do everything today, apparently. We want to see Twitter full of today's events also. So show us how much and where you're watching from. Tweet you the pictures with the hashtag RemixConfEU, and we'll be looking out for your tweets because we'll have a raffle afterwards for multi-passes to GitNation conferences and t-shirts that you can win. 2 winners will be randomly picked at the end of the conference. Just don't forget to put the hashtag RemixConfEU on there. Here are some of ours.
You could also win a t-shirt like this one. And the second prize for 2 winners is GitNation's MultiPass. The MultiPass gives you remote access to the batch of JS conferences like React Day Berlin, GraphQL Galaxy, React Summit, TechLead.js, and many more. Find out more at portal.gitnation.org.
But let's get back to today's agenda and all of the logistics. To see today's schedule, you can go to remixconf.eu to see all of the info for today. Here is a screenshot of what the navigation on the website looks like. The main screen has the video player that plays the feed on top, and you can see on the bottom, we've got a timeline of events that happen in the conference. Below the video player, you can see a track of talks, and here you can see what is live at that moment and what's coming next. Then there's a tracker with speaker rooms. It's valid for the second track only. Just click on the cells with the speaker's name and you'll enter spatial.chat, where you can talk to the speakers from the indie track directly. If you're lost at any point, write us in the troubleshooting channel on Discord. We're there to help you out and make sure your conference experience is awesome.
If you want to hang out with the remote audience, go to spatial.chat. If you want to join any speaker's room, click on the room in the menu. You can also watch the talks together with your fellow attendees and discuss them right away. The platform we use is spatial.chat, so go over there and check it out. Also, be sure to join our Discord server. To join, there's a link on the watch page or your org email. So let's test it. Make some noise inside the Q&A Blues track and Q&A Indie track channels. Post your favorite emojis, GIFs, and say hello to everyone. And no, today we'll be using the Q&A Blues track for this channel for your question submissions. So go ahead, join the Blues track Q&A channel on Discord and leave your questions.
After the talks, we'll also have an after party. We'll play Draw Battle, and we'll also have lots of fun networking on spatial.chat. As always, we want everyone to feel safe and have a good time during the event. We have a code of conduct at gitnation.org/COC, so please go and read that now. And if at any time you feel there's been a violation, please email coc@gitnation.org, and we'll take care of it right away. We do not tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels.
Your feedback is so important to us. It helps us keep making the event better and better. We have a form available to you at remixconf.au/feedback. Take your time and leave us your feedback and thoughts there. We have a form which you can fill in throughout the whole event.
So before we start, let me mention our sponsors one more time and what they've prepared for the conference attendees. Focus Reactive, Storyblock, and Netlify. Thank you so much for your support. And check out the job offers that they have on the website at remixconf.eu/jobs. And the digital goodies from our sponsors. Go to remixconf.eu/perks.
Do you remember we asked you a question at the very beginning? Let's check out Slido and see your replies. And that's it with the organization part. Together with GitNation team, who's the organizer of this. Oh, by the way, let me jump in, talk about the results first. And for the question what's your favorite remix feature? I'm so excited as well, but man, look at all these great features: remote state, mutations, resource routes, nested routes, loaders and actions and loaders.
I know, I love the word cloud because it's like they keep populating too as your answers are coming in. So we keep getting like a little bit of changes. I love the nested routes too. I think those are great.
I like one of them is Kent. I love that. He does so much.
It's my favorite remix feature.
It's funny. And I love, a lot of people like say web fundamentals, which is something that like Remix promotes. Is pretty awesome. So this is really, really great. And so we're going to be using Slido to continue asking you questions throughout the program. But with that being said, that's all with the organizational part. Together with GitNation team, who is the organizer of this conference, we are wishing you a great day full of knowledge and fun. And before we start, let's watch this message from one of our sponsors, Netlify.
Some scientists believe we exist in one of an infinite number of distinct universes.
What are the variables?
I don't know.
A little bit loud. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, those are features in the break room.
Pixel perfect, you said? Yeah.
And our first speaker today is Kenzie Dodds. He's a world-renowned speaker, teacher, and trainer, and he's actively involved in the open source community as a maintainer and contributor of hundreds of popular NPM packages.
And our favorite remix feature. I've had the privilege of having Kent on my stream a few times, and he is an all-around wonderful person and an amazing teacher.
In his talk titled Full Stack Components, Kent will demonstrate how Remix enables you to build complex UI components that are connected to a backend in the simplest and most powerful way you've ever seen. But before we switch to the talk, let's see the question for you from Kent. And Kent is wondering, which one of these is not an accepted Remix expert as of version 1.7.5? Is it links, handle, should revalidate, or headers?
I don't know.
And so go ahead to Slido and vote. Make sure you enter code 1818. And with that being said, don't forget to ask questions on Discord, Q&A Blues track. Very important. Go over there, say hello, ask questions you could do while watching this presentation. But with that being said, let's give a big round virtual applause. And Kent, the stage is yours.
What is up, Remix friends? I'm so excited about Remix Conf EU, and I'm really excited to be speaking with you all about full stack components. So let's go talk about taking co-location to the next level. Just the one thing that I wanted to talk about really quickly is I'm working on epicweb.dev. If you haven't seen that yet, definitely give it a look. It's my full-time thing now. It's awesome. And all my slides and everything for this talk are on my GitHub, so you can take a look at that there. So this talk is going to be a demo of components that include both the UI code as well as the server-side code. And we're going to be doing a lot of coding. And so, yeah, buckle up. We're going to be talking about Remix, of course, our favorite UI framework and, full stack framework, not just UI, and that's part of what this talk is all about. So Remix allowed us to marry the backend and the UI in a way that has never been done before, with the loader and action and our UI all in the same file. And this is a pretty simple demonstration of how that works from a route perspective. So we have our projects route, and here we have our loader to load those projects, and we've got our form to add new projects, and the backend piece for that mutation. But sometimes we have UIs that aren't like so URL centric. For example, the Twitter like button. Whenever I click on that like button, that's not going to take me somewhere else. I don't only render that on a special page. Like that it has a specific route. I render the like button for every single one of the tweets that are on the page, and so that doesn't really work very well as something that you would like stick in a loader or an action for a particular route necessarily. And here's another example of a combo box that's doing a search, and this is the thing we're actually going to be demonstrating today. So I've got an implementation of this app right here. We're not rendering the combo box yet because we are going to build it together and connect it to the backend, and it's going to be sweet. So that's it. It's demo time. So the first thing is we've got this app up and running right here. We're in the 01 before version of the app, and we're in the app directory under routes, and under this resources directory is where we'll find the customers. So we're going to have this route for /resources/customers, and that's going to be the API route that we're going to be using to go get a bunch of customers. Now, one really cool thing about Remix is that if you don't have a default export of your module, then Remix will treat your module like a resource. And so what we mean by that specifically is I can say export an async function, a function, come on, there, called loader, and here I'm going to return JSON. And that JSON actually is going to come from remix run node. And we'll say hello world. And if I save that and come over here, I can go to resources, customers, and I'm going to get hello world. Now, there's nothing special about the resources directory other than the fact that my editor seems to like giving that a special icon. But there's nothing special about this. We could call this whatever we want. And it just so happens that the way I like my URL for this to work is to have a /resources. And that's it. So wherever we want that URL to be, that's where the file is going to be. And so by having a loader export but no default export, this is just a regular request for like an API request. So with that in place, now we can build some UI that interacts directly with this loader that makes fetch requests. But what's really cool about Remix is that we can actually add a bunch of other exports to this as well. We can export const koala equals Cody. Like, it doesn't matter. We can do anything that we want to in here, and Remix will just ignore it in its builds. And so what that means is we can actually export a component in here that consumes this loader, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And because I know that you probably don't care to watch me write a bunch of JSX, I've actually written all of the JSX stuff there. So here's our loader. It's just what we had before, but then we got a bunch of other JSX stuff in here that like I said, you probably don't care to watch me do all of that. So skipping over the JSX bit, the most important and interesting bit here is we're using this use combo box, which is a downshift hook. Downshift is a library I built years ago when I was at PayPal, and it's for making this combo box experience for us. And all we need to do is provide it with the items, and we can respond to input value changes as the user is typing. So that's perfect. That's exactly the two things that we need. And with that, we're exporting this combo box, but we're still just a resource route. There's nothing special going on here. This is literally just hitting an endpoint and getting whatever the response that we sent back was. So let's do a couple of things with this endpoint though. So we'll flesh out this loader. So for one, I personally don't really want people to be able to hit this endpoint who are not authenticated. So we're going to say require user, and we'll pass the request. Now we get that request in our loader, of course, so we'll pass that request. We'll use loader args. There we go. And with that now, I can still make a request to this, but if I go incognito, I'm going to get redirected to the login. So that's nice. Remember, all of your loaders are basically API endpoints anyway. Anybody could curl that URL and get access to everything that you have at that URL. So you do need to protect your loader data. And this is how we're going to do this here. So the next thing is I'm going to get the URL from the request.url, turn this into a URL object. So I can get the query from URL search params.get, and we'll just do full word query here. And we want the query to be either, in this case, it's either a string or null. We'll go ahead and default that to a string. So it's always going to be a string. So now I can do search customers, and this is implemented using Prisma and SQLite is how this is set up. But this search customers could be an implementation that like makes a fetch request to another downstream service, or like a Rails or PHP backend or whatever. That part's not important. Just the fact that we have some mechanism for sending this query along to where we're going to actually query for the customers. So we'll pass this query along and we'll get our customers. These are the matching customers back. And then with that, we'll send that in our response. So now if I hit that, I'm not going to get anything. If I say query S, then I'm still not going to get anything because I messed something up. So no, that is the correct query. And query right here, and query right there. Uh-oh, this is not good. So we're gonna URL search params. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna have to start over. Oh, I know what it is. I'm not gonna start over. I forgot to await. Silly me. So now we're gonna get the customers. There we go. Okay, so we've got all of our customers there. Then we can query for specific ones, and we can just get all like an array of all the customers that match. So that's exactly what we're looking for the API route. Now here's the special sauce. This is what's going to actually connect us to the UI piece of this, is our use fetcher. So Cody the koala, hello, here's Cody. Cody is going to tell us we need to implement fetcher here. So we're going to say fetcher, or we'll call this search customer fetcher. You can call it whatever you like. It really doesn't matter. And we'll say use fetcher right here. And then to get the data that this fetcher is going to be interacting with to be fully typed, I'm going to say type of loader. So there's my loader right there. I get type safety for my search customer fetcher. And that search customer fetcher is going to have a data property on it. And if that data property exists, it may not, because on the initial render, we're not like calling this loader right from the start. We're calling it when the user is searching, right? And so if there is no data, then that's going to be undefined. But if there is, then we're going to have customers. So we'll have data Elvis operator customers. And if that doesn't exist, then we'll have that those customers be an empty array. And with just that change, now TypeScript is a lot happier because this type definition right there, our customers is going to be an array of customers. And now this type is correct, and so our selected customer is going to have a correct type, and the type we pass along to use combo box. So that's really cool to be able to have full type safety across the network for a component that's going to be used all over the application. Who knows where it's used? So the last piece of this is actually making the request. And for us to actually make this fetch request, we just want to make a request whenever the input value changes. And Downshift provides this API for us to know when the input value changes. So what we'll say is the search customer fetcher, and there are a couple options on here. We have .form, which we could use if this was a explicit submission that the user is like clicking on a submit button. That's not the case for us. This is an imperative mutation or an imperative query that we need to make as a result of some other user interaction. So we can't use form. There's also load, which we can use to make a GET request with query params, but we have to serialize those ourselves. So I don't want to do load. I'm going to do submit just because this makes it a lot easier to serialize those query params. And actually, GitHub Copilot is pretty close here. This is complaining right here because the query can only be a string. It can't be assigned undefined, and input value on the changes that were given is optional. It may not be there. So we'll just add I forget what that syntax is called, coercion or something, something there. If input value is null or undefined, then we'll end up with an empty string. Now, the last piece we need to add to this is we need a method of get, and that's it, or lowercase get here, and that is the case because we have implemented this as a loader. Now, we could actually implement this as an action and have our method be really anything but get, like a post or a put or something, but I'm happy with this being a get. And then, and like for query endpoints, that's typically, it makes most sense to be a get. But yeah, you do you, however you want to. The cool thing is that you don't have to jump into 30 different files or multiple repos to make this change. You can just one day decide, you know what, I want to do this as an action instead, and just switch it right here in the same file, which I think is rad. Okay, and then the last thing is the action. Now, this action is the URL that is going to be hit with this query, and the URL is the URL for this loader, which we've already established is inside of resources customers TSX. And so we're going to say /resources/customers. Okay, and that's it. We have finished this feature. And it totally works, but we need to actually render this component. And this is the pretty cool part. So like, so far this kind of feels a little bit just like your typical Remix route and everything, because you've got your loader, you've got your type of loader, like everything feels very similar to what you're used to in building a Remix route. But the cool part is that we can actually use this component in anywhere in our application, and it will stay connected to this backend loader. So in particular, the part of the application we want to use it in is inside of our sales invoices new when we're creating a new invoice, so we can choose which customer we want. And so if we come down here, we've already got Cody helping us out with the props that we need to pass and everything. So we've got our customer combo box, which we are going to be importing from routes, resources, customers. So typically, I don't recommend doing any imports from the routes directory. In general, I just think that is not a really safe way to do things. But this is one exception that I think is totally legit, and it is totally awesome. So that's all that we're going to do in the customer combo box piece here on the new route. And with that in place, if I come back here and go create new invoice, then I've got my customer combo box. Now we currently have this set to true, but and we can fix that here in a second. But the cool thing is that this functionality currently totally works as I make changes, and I can select customer and all of that stuff. So that's pretty rad. We've got a component that is connected to its backend and all in a single file. So the last thing I want to do is just fix the spinner, because that is bothering me. And so if we come down here, we've got our show spinner, and our pending state is going to come from our fetcher. So we'll have our search customer fetcher. You got to spell it right. There we go. Search customer fetcher dot state. And the state can be idle, loading, or submitting. Pretty much if it's loading or submitting, we know that we're in a pending state. So normally I just determine whether we're in a pending state by saying, is the state not idle? If it's not idle, then we're pending. There is a subtle difference between submitting and loading, where loading is going to get some data. Submitting is when the user is submitting data. But in our case, I think it's reasonable just to say, if the state is not idle, then we can show the spinner. So with that in place now, we can see that there's no loading state. But if you watch carefully, you might actually see a flash of loading state. And that is not awesome. So there are a couple options here. You can add like a transition delay or something. But the problem is, if the request takes like within 50 milliseconds of whatever transition delay you put in there, you're going to get a flash of loading state. It's really basically impossible to avoid without a little bit of extra help. So basically what we need is to say, don't show the loading state unless, let's put a delay in, because that does make sense. Like if it's within 100 milliseconds, don't show any loading state at all. But if I do show any loading state, then we should keep the spinner hanging around even if it's finished. So keep the spinner hanging around for another like 300 milliseconds or something like that, just so that we don't have a flash, because it's way better to show it for longer than you need it than to just show a flash of loading state. And there's a package built specifically to solve this problem. It was actually built for my website by Stefan Meyer, who helped with implementing my website. And it's called Use Spin Delay. And we'll pass that along there. It has some good defaults. We'll just keep those. And use spin delay from the spin delay module, now we're going to avoid that flash of loading state. And if we do have a slow 3G network, then we are going to get a nice pending state, which is exactly what our users would expect. So with that in place, we're solid. Like this is really, really great. You could render this component all over the app and be certain that it is connected to its backend. On top of this, you could actually also package this up in an NPM package and then expose just a couple of things for people to go into the Remix config, add their routes option here so that they, and they call into your thing so that you can hook up the route for the API route, and then they can just start using your component and it's all magically connected to the backend, which that's pretty interesting, and I'd love to see somebody try to do that. So with all of that said, let me wrap up with a last couple of thoughts. So in review, Remix allows us to create resource routes by simply having a route with no default export. That's what makes a resource route. We can export anything we like as long as it's not a default export. So other components and utilities that integrate with the resource route directly. And so it's not just components. You could do hooks. You could do really anything like a button that links to a PDF generator and the loader is like generates the PDF, whatever. Anything that ties specifically to this resource. And just keep that co-location. And that code co-location makes it easier for us to maintain the software in the long term. This is really, really cool and exciting. I love this. So the last thing that I want to say to you all is you're inspiring. Thank you very much. See ya.
Wow, that was an amazing talk. Thank you so much, Kent. And before Kent joins me on stage, I just want to remind everybody, go to our Q&A Blues track Discord channel and fill the comments with all the questions you have for Kent. But now, without any ado, Kent, would you join me on stage?
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here. Remix Conf EU rocks. And
That's it.
super just happy to be a part of this community.
Yeah, it's awesome to have you here. And that presentation was excellent. So the first question before we start is actually for you. And I wanted to ask, what is your favorite Remix feature?
My favorite Remix feature, I chose mutations. I think that application state management is the hardest part of building a web app these days, and Remix makes that not a non-issue completely. So that's my favorite feature for sure.
That's awesome. When we did the poll on Slido, one of the favorite features was Kent. So I thought that was quite appropriate.
It was kind of funny.
It is pretty awesome. So we'll start with the questions. We'll start with the first one. Does full stack components break separation of? Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I asked you your question. I completely forgot that we asked that. We asked the question beforehand that you provided. See how excited I am to talk to you, Kent. I better remember that there's other people that also want to ask questions. But before we do that, you asked the question, which was, which one of these is not a accepted Remix export? And you had a couple of different options. And it looks that majority of the people chose should revalidate. It was like 78%. Some people thought it was handles. Some people thought it was headers, and few people thought it was links. So what is the correct answer, Kent?
Yeah, most people got it correct. This is a bit of a trick question because should revalidate in Remix is an unstable API and it's called should reload. Unstable should reload. But in React Router version 6.4, it's called should revalidate. And the Remix team is currently moving the React Router APIs back into Remix. And so eventually it will be should revalidate. But right now it's unstable should reload.
That's awesome. And again, remember to go to Slido to participate in these questions that we're going to ask throughout the show. And that was a reminder for myself, by the way. And let's get back to questions with Kent. And let's go to the first one. Doesn't full stack components break?
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. fire.
was an amazing talk. Thanks so much for being here, and we'll talk to you later. And back to Brittany.
Thank you. See ya.
Yes, test, test, test. All right. So, welcome back, everyone. That was a great talk by Kent. The Q&A was amazing. Before we go to the second speaker, let me introduce our platinum sponsor, Storyblock. Storyblock is the world's first and only headless content management system with a visual editor. Our next speaker is Sabin Adams, a developer advocate for Prisma, which is an ORM tool. What is an ORM, you say? It's an object relational mapper. Does that clear it up? Nope, me either. Okay, maybe we can ask Sabin after the talk. Sabin loves solving problems and making tools that makes developers' lives easier. The talk is on how Remix and Prisma make front-end devs full stack. In this talk, you'll take a look at the amazing developer experience you get when you combine Remix and Prisma. But before we switch over to the talk, let's see what the question Sabin has for you. Sabin is wondering, have you used Prisma before? Yes or no? So make sure you go over to Slido and put in code 1818 and answer the question so we can see. And don't forget to ask your questions also in the Q&A Blues Track channel in the Discord server. And let's give a big round of virtual applause, everyone, for Sabin.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me here today at Remix Conf. I'm super excited to be talking here, and I know that the speaker lineup is super cool, and there's a lot of cool talks going on, and a lot of exciting stuff being said. So I really appreciate you taking the time to stop by and listen to what I have to say about Remix and Prisma. It's super exciting for me to be talking here about this because I use Remix and Prisma on a daily basis. I get to work with these two technologies a lot, and I've actually really enjoyed it, and I've had a lot of cool findings. So I'm super excited to be able to talk about some of the stuff that I've been learning today. And as the title suggests, and as you may have guessed, what I'm really going to be talking about is how Remix and Prisma allow front-end developers to become sort of like full stack developers. They get to be able to work in all different parts of the stack together without having to learn all of the nitty-gritty, like really hard details of working in the database layer or the API layer, where you may be used to only working in the front-end layer. Remix and Prisma together allow you to do this easily, and it sort of blurs the lines between the different stacks. So that's what this talk is going to be focused on. But before I actually get into some of the nitty-gritty of that, let's introduce myself a little bit. I am Sabin Adams. I'm a developer advocate at Prisma, so I get to play with Prisma on a daily basis, and I've gotten to work a lot with it using Remix as well. So I've got to play around quite a bit with this stack, and I've really enjoyed it, and I'm super excited to be sharing what I've found. If you want to shoot me a message or ask me a question about this talk or about anything in general, whether it be Remix or Prisma, feel free to shoot me a message to my Twitter at SabinTheDev. I answer my DMs, and I'll be monitoring those very closely, so you can expect a response from me as soon as I can get to it. But yeah, let's jump right in. The first thing I've got here is just a very simple statement. Remix loves Prisma, and the statement goes the other way around too. Prisma loves Remix. Our two products are very, very focused on the exact same goal, which is providing a good developer experience. Without that, we would have no mission. Our mission is to allow developers to jump into their product idea and just immediately start developing without any of those rough patches in the beginning where you're trying to get things up and running, set things up, figure out your data model, all of that stuff. Our goal as our individual products, Remix and Prisma, is to make that process very easy for you and allow you to jump in and start building your products, building your software as soon as you can without having to worry about those things. So that's our goals. Remix and Prisma allow you to do this, and when you put those two together, they allow you to do a lot more, a lot quicker. And so that's what we're really going to be talking about today. And actually, near the end of this talk, I'll actually be jumping into a demo where I'm going to be showing you some of these little tricks and showing you how to set up a project with Remix and Prisma. But before we do that, let's take a step back and actually think about what it means to be a front-end developer, what it means to be a back-end developer, a database developer, and then what a full-stack developer is and where their role comes in and what actually they're responsible for, just so that we could get some context into what we're dealing with here. So the very first one is a front-end developer. And front-end developers on a very high level are focused on user interactions. They're focused on things like the visuals of your website, the user's experience as they're using your website, and interacting with the APIs that maybe a backend developer or a full stack developer has built that sort of allow you to grab data from your database and spit it out onto the UI. And of course, when I'm talking through the different responsibilities of these different types of developers, these are going to be very high level. This isn't an exhaustive list, and it's not the same everywhere. So if you're a front-end developer and you're thinking, oh, wow, I do a little bit more than that, maybe I should be paid more. That's something that you could definitely talk to your manager about, but this is just my high-level overview of what these positions are focused on. So this is a front-end developer. Now let's look at a back-end developer. Now, again, on a very high level, back-end developers are focused on building out business logic. They're focused on building out the things that make your application or your piece of software actually do what it's supposed to functionally. It's not so much what the user sees, but what happens when the user maybe clicks a button, or what happens when a user saves something. That's what happens, and that's what you're working on when you're a backend developer. So you're working on business logic, you're working on persisting data into your database. So within the API or backend layer, you're going to receive some data, and then you're going to need to save that somewhere. So you'll probably save that into a database. You're also focused on and responsible for the security of your application. As data flows in and out of your application, you need to know how to do this securely, how to keep your users' data secure. And then you're also responsible for exposing data. So building out APIs, building out endpoints, building out just infrastructures that allow some sort of consumer to consume your data, to grab data from your resource. So that's a high-level overview of a back-end developer. And then finally, we have the database developer. And this may be a database admin. It may be a specific position within your company, but often there is a developer focused on the database. And what these developers do is they focus on modeling the data, so coming up with the data model that fits your business's needs. They focus on maybe schema migrations, so taking your database schema and your data model from point A to point B in a smooth way without breaking anything. And then also performance. And this may come in the form of putting into place indexes, writing queries in a way that's more performant, just to make sure your application is working at the highest speed it can. So that is also a high-level overview of a database developer or DBA's responsibilities. And if you take a look at all of these, that's a lot of stuff to do. You're worrying about a whole bunch of different things, and there's even within the individual sections, front-end, back-end, and database developers, there's different niches in those sections that really do take a long time to learn. And honestly, you can never really learn all of it. There's so much to learn, there's so much to do, so many different responsibilities. That's why we've split up these positions into different areas, is so that people can focus on individual pieces and do the best they can on those pieces. So we've got this context now of the differences between a full stack developer, a front-end developer, a back-end developer, and a database developer. And the conclusion we've come to is that that's a lot. There's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of responsibilities to worry about. And what I'm going to be showing you now is how Remix and Prisma actually make this a little bit easier. They allow you to be a full stack developer without having to really worry about all of these individual responsibilities, or at least not directly worry about them. So let's just take a look here at how Remix helps in this. What Remix gives you is a great framework to make the front end and back end pieces seamless. As I mentioned before, it sort of blurs the lines of what the front end and the back end even is. And it does this using things such as loader and action functions, which are functions within your templating page that actually get bundled separately using this auto code splitting, which is the next point there, from your front end code and handle these back-end interactions with your database or with however you're retrieving data. This is essentially your back-end code, but it's written in the same language and in the same place as your front-end code. So in a nutshell, that's how Remix helps you become more of a front-end and back-end developer, a full-stack developer. It allows you to write this code in one place using one language with one organization pattern. And then Prisma helps you by giving you a set of tools to make interacting with and managing your database easy. So where Remix is focused on the writing code for the front end and the back end and getting those two pieces together, Prisma is really focused on getting your interactions between your back end and your database easy, and even the management of your database. So it does this by allowing you to easily build out schema migrations. So if you need to take your database from point A to point B, as far as its schema is concerned, Prisma has tools to help you do this easily and lets you know if something is going to go wrong or if you need to make some changes before you can actually apply this database change. It also gives you a modeling language to help make data modeling a lot easier. It gives you a fully type-safe database client to allow you to interact with your data in an easy way within your application's code. And then it also gives you a set of types based on your database model or your database schema. And this is super useful. This point here is very cool because these types are based off of your database and they can be used in your backend code. But also because you're using Remix and your backend and your front end are so intertwined like this, these types can actually be used across your full stack. And this gives you really, really easy access to building a fully type-safe application just because you're using Remix and Prisma. So not only do you get this great developer experience where you're moving from sort of a front end to a full stack role when you're working with Remix and Prisma, but it also makes it easier to do these things because it gives you these nice set of toolings and nice types to work with across the entire stack to make your life even that much easier. So these two technologies really are really good for each other. They merge together pretty much perfectly. They give you a good set of tooling to build out your applications. And what we're going to do next is we're actually going to build one out. And this application is going to be very simple. It's not going to be the prettiest application, but what I'm wanting to show here is how you can actually use these technologies to work across the full stack and build out a fully functional application really quickly and very easily. So let's go ahead and jump right into the demo and see what we've got. So to start things off, what we're going to need to do is we're going to actually need to start up a Remix application. So that's what we're going to do before we get into the details of what we're actually building here. And to do that, you could just run npx create-remix at latest. And this is enough to set you up with your Remix application. So this already gives you a full stack application that's ready to run. So I'll just go through the defaults here. I'll get just the basics. Remix app server, I'm going to use TypeScript, and I'll let it install the npm packages right away. And I'm going to cd into my -remix-app. That's the app I just created, and I'll pop it open in my editor. And what we're going to see here is a basic Remix app. If you aren't familiar with Remix and how it has its folders and files organized, feel free to check out the docs. I'm sure a lot of people are talking about it in the various talks today, so definitely check those out. But what we're going to do first is we're going to install Prisma. So we're going to do npm I Prisma. And this is just going to install the Prisma CLI tool so that we can get going with Prisma. And now that that's installed, we'll initialize it. So npx Prisma init. And I'm going to say we want the data source provider to be SQLite. And this is just saying that we want to set up Prisma in our application and that we want to use SQLite as our database. So what it did is it built out a simple little schema.prisma file. This is where we're going to model out our database tables and the various pieces of our database. And so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to change this URL here to be file dev.db. And this is just pointing to where we want to save our SQLite database file once we actually start storing some data and building out our model. And for the database model itself, what this application is going to do is it's simply going to list a list of users onto a page. So it's going to be really simple. We're not going to do any data storing or deleting. We're simply just going to seed a database with some data and spit it out onto a page. So I'm going to do a model, I'm going to name it user. And this user is going to have an ID that will be a string, and this is the primary key. And then we're going to say that it should default to a CUID. So it's going to give me a random ID every time a new user is created. And then the second thing is just a name. Let's have a name, and then let's also have a nickname here. And this will be a string as well. So this right here is our very simple data model. We're going to have one database table called user, and it's going to have these 3 columns in it. And now that we've done that, this takes care of our data modeling step, which was one of the things you'd have to worry about if you were a database administrator. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to actually apply this data model to our database using a migration. So we're going to do npx prisma migrate dev, and we'll name this migration init because this is the very first migration that we've applied. And what this does is it creates a SQL file for us with our migration. So this is creating our database table, and then it actually applies it. And then what it did after that is it actually generated Prisma client for us as well. It says that right here. This is the type-safe database client that allows us to actually query our database from our application code. And because it did that, let's go ahead and actually make use of it. So in here, we're going to create a new file, and I'm actually going to do this in the app folder, and it's going to be called db.ts. And in this db.ts file, I'm actually just going to paste in a little snippet, and I'm going to walk through what it's doing. So what we're doing here is we're importing the Prisma client constructor. So this is going to build our Prisma client instance for us. I'm also declaring a global variable called __Prisma. And the reason I'm doing this is so that when we work in a live reload environment, because we are in development mode when we run this, it's not going to create new Prisma client instances and exhaust the resources on our database by creating too many connections. It's going to say that it already knows that there's a Prisma, so it's not going to create a new one. So that's what we're doing here. And what we can do next is we can actually seed our database. To do that, I'm going to go into the Prisma folder, create a file named seed.ts. I'll also import Prisma client here from @prisma/client. And then on the next line, I'll create a new constant called Prisma, and it's going to equal a new Prisma client. Next, we'll add a function here called async function main. And this function is going to simply create some data for us. So we'll await Prisma dot. We see this nice autocomplete here. We can use the user, and we're going to create a user. And to do this, we want to give it some data. So we're going to give a name. I'll do Sabin Adams, and nickname, I'll just do Sabin the World. And then I'll go ahead and copy this a couple times. And let's just do 2 and 3. That way we know that they're different. That's not very creative, but at least it can show that this is going to work. So lastly, we need to call this. And then we can go into package JSON, and this is where we're going to configure how to run this seed script. So we'll create a Prisma key here. We'll add a seed to it. And then let's just do ts node prisma/seed.ts. And in order to do this, we're going to need to install ts node. So I'll open a terminal and do, let's see, npm I ts node. There, so we've got that installed. Now we should be able to save this and run the command npx prisma db seed. And this should run our seed script, and now we've got data in our database. At this point, we can actually create a loader function in Remix. So we'll do an export const loader, and that's going to be a function that's going to return some data. And what it's going to end up returning is some JSON from Remix run node. And this JSON is going to be the results from our Prisma query. So let's import our Prisma instance from our DB file that we created. And we're going to say const users equals await prisma.user.find many. This is going to get every single user that we have. And then we need to make sure to have this be an async function. And then we're going to return that as JSON. The next thing we want to do is we want to actually get this data. So this is the backend code here, but we want to get it to our front end. So we're going to use this loader data by doing const data equals use loader data. And I think this should be actually users. And then what this is going to be, we could set up the type of this, and it's going to be the type of our loader function. So this loader function is going to return a list of users, and it gets this user type from Prisma. And so now we know that from here, this will actually be, let's do users like this. Yeah, so now we know that we have this users object, and that it's going to be a list of users. And the last thing we can do just to actually finish this up and spit this out is we can build out our list. So we're going to do users.map, and we're going to say we're going to get a user from each of these. And this is simply going to be an li. And within this li tag, we're going to put out the, let's do the name. So we're going to do user dot, and you can see we get nice IntelliSense here because we get those types. And we'll do a p tag under that as well with the nickname. And I think this is going to complain at us as long as we don't have a key. So I'll add a key as well. So there we go. If I run this, npm run dev, we should see that we get a server running on localhost. And if I pull this over here, there we go. We've got our data. So we now have a full stack application, and it was really simple to set up. We set up our database with a migration. We set up our full stack application with our backend code. And then we also got our front end code. And as a bonus, we got end-to-end type safety as well because we are using Prisma. And because these, the front end and the back end code is in the same file, it's really easy to set this up. So I want to thank you again for joining me today, and I hope this was useful to you, and I hope it showed you a little bit of how easy it is to set up this full stack application and to work on all different areas of the stack using Remix and Prisma. This was a very high-level overview. There's only so much you can fit into 20 minutes, but if you do want to look in a little bit more detail, I have a series that I've written here that goes into using Remix and Prisma together, specifically with a MongoDB. And this will go over an in-depth sort of overview of how to build a full application using Remix and Prisma. So if you go to this link here, it should take you to the series I've written. But thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you have a great rest of your conference. Bye.
Wow, that was such an amazing talk. Thank you so much. Sabin, why don't you join me up on stage and we'll go through some of the questions that you had for the audience. Hey, how's it going?
Great. How you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for that talk. That was really wonderful. First, we want to switch over to Slido and see the results of the question that you asked. So we said, have you used Prisma before? Yes or no? And looks like 73% of our audience has used Prisma before. That's a big number. That's pretty awesome.
Nice. I love to see that. That's awesome.
I know. I love to see that too. That's pretty amazing. And then we have a question too that we asked the audience in the beginning, and we're also asking every speaker. So what is your favorite Remix feature?
Yeah, I feel like it's a very typical feature to use as my favorite, but just the loaders and actions, just the way they're right there next to your code. I love it so much. It makes things so easy.
I completely agree with that too. I love that it uses the platform APIs too. So like you kind of get familiar more with working with the web by using Remix, and I love the loaders and the actions for that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It reminds me back when I did cold fusion development as when I was growing up in my career, and it reminds me of that because all of your code was using web standards and it was like all together. It's just very nice.
Yes, absolutely. And in my introduction, I kind of like said,
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
The conference.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. This was very fun.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to have you. All right, back to Paul.
That was a great Q&A. Thank you for that. And by the way, don't forget to leave your questions for the speakers in the Blues track on Q&A Blues Tracks Discord channel. We'll make sure to address the theme to the speakers after their talk during the Q&A. And the next speaker is Arisa Fukuzaki. She's a front-end developer who became a DevRel engineer at Storyblocks. She works at Storyblocks to share and improve better developer experience through talks, maintains SDKs and tutorials. In her private time, she's a GDE and Aikido fighter and a Girl Code ambassador and a longboarder. Her talk is titled, Let's Remix the Localized Content. In her talk, she will show you multiple strategies to translate and localize your content with Remix. She will share with you flexible dynamic route options from Remix to generate localized content in a particular way, including a headless approach demo and how to scale your solution in the future. But before we switch to the talk, let's see the question from Arisa. And she is wondering, how do you describe your internalization developer experience so far? 1, you like it. 2, so-so. Or 3, I don't like it at all. Go to Slido, enter code 1818, and vote. And again, just a reminder, if you have questions that come up during the talk, don't forget to ask them on Discord at Q&A Bluestrack channel. And right now, let's give a big round of virtual applause. And Arisa, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well, and I'm very excited to see you all, as well as I'm very excited to talk about Remix and internationalization. Well, not to waste any more time, here's little things about me. My name is Arisa, and I'm a DevRel engineer at Storyblok, as well as an ambassador at Girl Code and GDE, Google Developer Expert in Web Technologies. Well, there are 3 takeaways from my talk. First of all, we are going to take a look at the impact of the internationalization, as well as the fundamental logic. And lastly, we are going to see how Remix and internationalization works together. There are a few notes that I want you to keep in your mind before you watch my talk. First of all, there are still active discussions going on about Remix and internationalization. Means that you could be one of the person to contribute to improve the DX. So yeah, feel free to take a look at the discussions or even join the discussions. I'm going to share with you the slides later on after my talk on Twitter, so you will get access to all the links that I pasted in these slides. All right, so let's get to the point. We are here to talk about the internationalization and how it works with Remix. So while I was preparing my talk, I wanted to include as many as opinions from the developers out there, not just from my side. So I started to ask this question on Twitter. So do you like to implement internationalization logic? And this is the result I got. So first of all, I got the result from 36 developers, and they say like about 41.97% of the developers, they say like, it's not my favorite. It's kind of annoying process to do that. And based on these facts, I also wanted to know, okay, I want to know more about the details, but probably from what I see, this quick poll question on Twitter, maybe for us developers, it is not a prioritized hot topic compared to performance and accessibilities. But of course, I want to know more. Why? So I asked, if the internationalization is not your favorite part, why is it like this? So here's my friend Maya responded me. Thanks, Maya. First of all, she says like, well, it's not like she implements internationalization feature like on to day-to-day basis. Means that when she needs to do that, then she needs to take a look at again how it works. From the internationalization libraries or the frameworks she uses every time. Also, there is a little bit of issue between localized text and the internationalization keys, like during the test. So we know that, okay, probably like internationalization is not the hottest topic, and that's not something like fun part for developers. And based on what we think, of course, we also need to take a look at or see like how is it like in the world and how is it like for the user's perspective as well. So here's the little numbers and the facts. I'd like to start from something bigger numbers. So first of all, I want you to think about this number. What do you think this 5.07 billion number stands for? It is actually the numbers of the users in the world who use the internet. So breaking down, like these big billions of numbers into smaller percentages, starting from 25.9%. What do you think about this percentage? This is actually the percentage of the English content on the internet. 25.9 is less than 50%, which means that if you're good at math, then you could probably calculate this number, 74.1%. Yes, that's the rest of the percentage of the users who access non-English content on the internet. Which leads us to this keyword, China. So China actually has the most internet users worldwide. No surprise from based on this fact. We also could think about this keyword, Asia. So yes, Asia leads more than half of global internet users. That's massive, right? So yes, now we know. Probably localizing content is not the hottest topic for us developers. However, we cannot ignore, no matter what, from this more than half of the users in the world. It's two massive numbers to ignore. So based on what we know and what we feel, let's talk about the fundamental logic of the internationalization. So first of all, internationalization works in three ways to determine the languages and the regions. The first approach, the most top, and here says location from the IP address, means that based on the IP address, for example, where I am based on right now in Germany, the content that I take a look at on the internet will detect I'm based in Germany, so the content will be displayed in German sometimes if they take this approach. If they use the second approach, means using accept language header from the HTTP request or the navigator languages, means that they will take a look at my language preference. So in the browser, I prefer to use the English, so that's what I configure my setting, and that's what the information is going to be used to return the localized content for me. So sometimes even when I'm based in Germany, I see the content in English as I preferred. And the third option is using the identifier in URL. Basically, it's actually like translating or localizing the URL for the users. So it means like the easiest example would be like I will have the English, German, and Japanese, let's say like language like selector buttons on the browser, then I can click to select to take a look at the languages. In this talk, we are going to use two ways to go hybrid because I want our users to be more flexible and to have more control by themselves. So I would leave the option for them to change the languages of their choice on the browser from the UI, as well as first of all, like let's be nicer, detecting their preferred language setting on the browser. So we saw together like how it works what's the fundamental logic in the internationalization. And as for the identifier URL, there are three patterns to take a look at it. So let's break it down. So pattern one. So this is a way to differentiate, the localized content by domains. Basically, you're going to create totally different kind of websites in this case, but the domains are different, so it won't follow the same origin policy. Means that your websites could be considered as kind of copy. So from the security perspective, it's kind of suspicious. Let's move on to the pattern 2. So pattern 2 uses the URL parameters. Maybe for developers it makes sense, but it's not user-friendly for the users. And also for everyone, this URL doesn't look clean, right? So we don't want to take this way. Moving on to the pattern 3, which is localizing subdirectories. In this case, we are going to add the localized, slug after, like something.com / in there. So in this way, it's quite clear for the users for which languages they're taking a look at it. And it's also easier for us to identify which language we deliver to the users. All right, so let's now talk about the frameworks and the libraries. Why suddenly from out of nowhere? Well, it's actually quite relevant topic because some of the frameworks and the libraries, they use the internationalization of frameworks. So let's take a look at how it works in Remix. So in Remix case, there are in general two approaches to choose. So the first option would be using the package code and Remix IAT Next. And the second approach would be like using content management system. So first of all, let's take a look at what is Remix I18 Next. So I told you before that it is an NPM package, right? And this is more precisely made for the Remix to use this internationalization framework called I18 Next. And that is built by Sergio. So thank you, Sergio, for building such an amazing NPM package, because now, because of that, we have more options to choose. All right, so let's take a look at the example from this case. And first of all, we are going to create a couple of configuration files. But to get started, we are going to create the translated files. In this case, I'm going to create one default language and one another language. So I set English as a default language. So I created on the right-hand side and the top the file called common.json file. I'm going to show you why I already know I can give a name to, like be common.json file in this case. But let's focus on for now how we can set the property name and the key values, which is actually like localized string values. So first of all, I have decided to, let's say, call this property name as greeting. So this value I'm going to use when I'm going to translate from the source code, level. So on the right-hand side is the key value, which is the localized string value. I want to say hello in English. To translate into Japanese, in this case, I have created another translated file for, like storing, this Japanese translated file under the directory of JA. So the value will be hello in Japanese. So after creating these translated files, we are going to create I18 Next configuration file. So as I said before, for some reason, I already knew that I was able to give the name of the translated files to be common.js, right? So here's the reason why. If you pay attention to this default NS, by the way, NS stands for the namespaces, and I gave a name as common. So that's why I already knew that I could give a name as common.js. So there are a couple of other configurations, but nothing too complicated, because first of all, I just want to list up the supported languages, English, Japanese, and of course, I want to have a fallback language to be the default language. Based on what we created, the translated files, and also the I18 Next translation, the configuration file, now is the time to import this I18 Next configuration file into the I18 Next.server.js file. So after importing it, of course, I want to call a couple of the values. First of all, the supported language list, and also the fallback language list. And based on that, remember these, configuration file we created. These, languages list are the arrays inside of the arrays, and the values inside are strings. So I can iterate these values from the configuration file that I have created. And in here, what I'm doing is that I am setting the translation file paths. All right, now moving on to create the client-side and server-side configuration files. I'm only going to show you the details of the client-side configuration files, because you can take a look at more details about the server-side configuration files. And a couple of lines of the codes are quite similar, so I don't want to, repeat the similar content. So here's the entry.client.jsx file, which is the client-side configuration file. There are a couple of lines of the code, but I want you to pay attention to the only highlighted lines of the code. So first of all, there is an API called I18 Next Provider coming from React I18 Next. Keep in your mind that in this way, we are going to install and use a couple of other I18 Next related packages. So make sure that this is actually coming from React I18 Next. So after I told you that I want you to pay attention to this API, here is the place where you can actually call inside of the JSX scope. So we are going to wrap this Remix browser component that is coming from Remix side. And we are going to see the logic why we need to wrap this component precisely with this I18 Next Provider API. But to give you a little bit more context, what we are wrapping is that this Remix browser component is or should be used by React to hydrate the HTML. So there's another clue that why I am insisting and highlighting, like these lines of the code. Actually, it is very important to see the timing of when it's going to be hydrated and when the translation files are going to be loaded. So here are the answers to take a look at together. First of all, let's see together like why translation files, should be loaded before the hydration. Well, let's probably start to imagine from if translation files are not loaded before hydration happens. Imagine that hydration, let's say not imagine, but then when hydration happens, users already would be able to see the UI with all the styles, right? But the application itself is not yet interactive. So in this case, translation files are not yet loaded and hydration already happened. So if I want to change the language from English to Japanese to say hello, I cannot say that because first of all, these translation values are not yet ready. Based on that, if we imagine if the translation files are already loaded before the hydration happens, now we know this case would work because the app is already kind of interactive in a way. So when the hydration happens, the UI is ready with the styles and the translation files are already loaded. So if I want to switch from English to Japanese to say hello, now I can see that because the translation files are already loaded. Moving on to a little bit more in-depth, question based on what we saw the configuration file from the client side. So why wrapping, this Remix API called Remix Browser with the API called i18 Next provider that is coming from React i18 Next. So I took a look at a little bit more details from the Node modules file, and here's what I was able to reach out. So i18N provider, it actually includes this use memo React hook. So this React hook is letting you to cache the result of the calculation between re-renders. If I say in a little bit easier way, basically if the values of this internationalization configuration and the default namespaces, mainly the translated files, are the same, then we are not going to trigger the re-rendering because that's going to cost you a lot and it's not performant. We want to avoid being not performant, right? So if the values of these, let's say calculations are the same, then we are going to cache that and do not trigger the re-rendering. But if the values are being updated, then we are going to trigger the re-rendering. So in this perspective, you can see that internationalization is kind of the key to improve the performance, or you need to consider about the performance as well. But by using all these packages, it's already considered about it, so you do not have to implement such kind of features from scratch on your end. So just a little info about completely, instead of completely skipping about how to configure the server-side configuration file. First of all, I want to mention you that identifying users, let's say preferred languages of their choice, and redirecting them can be done on the server side. And if you want to take a look at it, here's the link and the README that you can take a look at it. All right. Let's move on to use the configurations that we have set up so far in action. So in here, we are going to take a look at this file called root.jsx under the directory of the app. This is the very fundamental and important, I would say file in the Remix app. So in here, I want you to pay attention to 3 APIs that are coming from Remix side. So starting from use loader data. So this use loader data will get the locale from the loader function and up above. So this loader function is not just a random function that we just defined. Instead, it is actually a backend API that is coming from Remix and it's already wired up through the use loader data. Means that these APIs are linked to each other already. So what we need to do in the end is that we want to, first of all, get the locale, right? Means we need to return the locale. So to do that, we can, like request for the response to, give us the locale. But instead of, like defining by writing, a few lines of the code in here to say like new response headers, etc., you can call another API called JSON that is coming from Remix to complete such kind of, let's say, process in one-liner-ish code. All right, so let's take a look at on the browser how it works. So let's see. If I switch back and forth between Spanish and English, now you can see the header navigation items are being translated, and also the hello greeting message has been translated as well, and also the buttons below over there as well. So to translate, let's say this hello part, here's the little example. In any route of your Remix app, you can import this use translation coming from React I18 Next. And based on what we configure and created all the fundamentals, all we need to do is just wrapping, the property that is coming from the translated files. Remember that we created 2 translated files, right? And in the property, I set the value as greeting. So that's what I am wrapping up. So here is the result that you can see. And before I'm going to actually like go to the next slide, I have a little confession to you. So you need to, or I want you to pay attention to this here at the URL path. You see a sneaky little like slash, which includes the URL parameters, right? So here are the 3 confessions from my side. Let me be honest, I use the URL parameters, yes, and that's not something that I wanted to do. And in fact, in the beginning of this talk, I told you that we want to avoid using it. And secondly, do we developers need to maintain the translation files? If we think about, let's say, the process or the configurations that we have created, we now remember that there are 2 translation files, right, in English and Japanese. We do not want to maintain these translation files in the source code level, right? Also, the third confession, did we translate the slugs? No, I don't think so. I haven't yet translated the slugs. Instead, I use the URL parameters. And here's another friend of mine on Twitter, Bart. Thanks again for giving me the comments. He also considered about the same. So if he wants to split up the translation files per route, it is possible, but it's a little bit cumbersome. And of course, it's not an ideal to take to take care of all of these translated files on the source code level. We don't want to do that. Also, he wants to know about how to localize the URLs. So let me be clear what we want to achieve for the rest of my talk. So we want to achieve actually localized URL, right? And also we do not want to have like translation files in our code. So here's another example, based on what we saw, like Remix in general can have 2 approaches to implement the internationalization. First of all, we took a look at together to use this npm package called Remix I18 Next. And secondly, we're going to take a look at the content management system example. So you can choose whatever kind of content management system or headless CMSs out there. In this talk, I picked up Storyblok because this is the most, I would say, like comfortable and the familiar CMS for me. I use the most, and also it gives the most numbers of, let's say, structures to configure how you want to localize the content on the CMS side. But I'm not going to talk about like how you can implement between Storyblok and Remix. This can be explained in this tutorial, let's say blog post, so you can easily take a look at it after my talk. All right, depending on the headless CMSs or the CMSs of your choice, they would give you average like 1 to 4 ways to structure to store localized content. And as part of it, it also will give you some possibilities, or not just you, for your translators and content editors to structure how they want to nest these dynamic routes. I wish I could have more time to explain and show you like all these 4 approaches, but for time conscious, I'm going to show you this folder level translation. So this approach is quite straightforward because, as you can see, all localized content are being, stored in the dedicated folders. So there's no way that the translators will mix up localized pages and the content. So first of all, before going to take a look at more in depth in how it works with the source code level, I'm going to show you how it works on the browser. So here I'm at the default, let's say blog overview page, which is in English. And of course, if I'm going to take a look at the traveling to Salt Lake City, all these, like English blog post relevant pages are being stored at the folder, and the local, let's say URL shouldn't include any slacks because this is the default language, right? But if I go to this exactly the same page, traveling to Salt Lake City in Japanese, it should include JA, which stands for the Japanese Slack. And also the contents are being translated. On the right-hand side, you can see your translators can work on to store the translated values of the content. And if I go back to the previous page, which is the blog overview page, it also includes JA in the URL. And if I go back to the default home page, which is in the most root, it shouldn't include any, let's say even EN of the language Slack. And of course, the contents are being back to the English. So in this way, you can see that you do not have to deal with translated files anymore in your source code. Instead, the translators, who should be actually the one being responsible to start to translate the content and managing the content where it should be stored, can have all the, let's say, flexibility. And here's the little logic, how you can actually create such kind of dynamic route logic in there. So in Remix, there are a couple of ways to, let's say, like render these kind of dynamic routes, but I picked up the splat route because by using it, you will allow whoever, wants to create the pages and even create nested dynamic routes from the content management system, they can do that without, editing any source code. So once you implement this feature by using the splat routes, then, dynamic routes, even including the nested structure, can be done from the CMS side. So here's the little kind of example. You already know this use loader data and JSON, right? So I'm going to more paying attention to these green highlighted line of the code. So Remix already provides you a very useful parameter called params. And if you, let's say, log out, if you log this params with the square brackets and string value of the asterisk, like you can see on the source code, when you go back and forth different pages, it will show you, the full dynamic path of the pages that you are taking a look at it. So we are using this logic to render all these, dynamic routes, including the nested routes. So here's a little summary of what we saw together in my talk. We know that more than half of the users in this world access localized content. So we cannot simply ignore, more than half of the users in this world, right? And also we took a look at together multiple ways of making internationalization. So I hope it was helpful for you to choose the best way for your cases, as well as we know that implementing internationalization does matter a lot to think about better performance, also the UI and UX. So consider performance and UI UX as well with internationalization. There's a little kind of request from my side to you in the end. So please send me the feedback, on Twitter. I really would love to improve my talks in general. Any feedback would improve me. So you can mention my name, mention the username on Twitter and tweet about the feedback. All right, that would be all from my side. Thank you so much for watching my talk, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Wow, that was an amazing talk by Arisa. Let's give her a big round of virtual applause. That was so fantastic. Before I bring her on the stage, remember, we are about to do our Q&A, so don't forget to ask your questions on Discord. So go there now, Q&A Blues track, and fill that section with lots of questions for Arisa and I. And let's bring Arisa now to the Q&A stage. And
Hi, everyone.
the first... Hey, Arisa. And the first thing we want to do, because I know you posed the question to all of our viewers, and you wanted to know in general, how do you describe your internalization developer experience so far? 47% said so-so, 33% said I like it, and 20% said I don't like it at all. And I think that is just applicable of some of the challenges that you may face, when doing it. And I like how stuff is changing in real time. So it's kind of cool to see. So for majority of people, it's so-so. And I think it's something that is just challenging to do, especially if someone has never done it before. And I think your talk was really helpful in kind of showing us some of the ways of going about to improve our developer experience when looking to translate content. And I know there's a lot of different people in the audience that may have any questions, but in general, let's say someone is a newbie, and I know you've spoken in your talk a little bit, but why is localization important in your mind?
I would say the importance of the localization.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah.
while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Lisa, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for that amazing talk. And let's go back to Brittany.
Thank you.
All right. Yep. Hey, before we move to the next talk, let me thank our silver sponsor, Netlify, the fastest way to get your apps live with your favorite frameworks and amazing partner integrations. Do you remember tweeting of how you're watching the stream with your great photos? Just a reminder that after all the talks, we'll pick 2 winners randomly who will get t-shirts and multi-passes with the access to the batch JS conferences from the GitNation team. Make sure you're tweeting those pictures with the hashtag RemixConfEU. And one more reminder, we're going to have the second track with talks in parallel. So after each talk, speakers from the indie track are joining spatial.chat to talk to you. And now it's time to take a quick break to give us back some of our energy from today. Make sure you're going and getting yourself rehydrated and doing all the things that you need. Tweet out some pictures and then join us back in a couple of minutes.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
And welcome back from the break. Now we'll have the fireside chat with Remix team member Chance Strickland. But before, please meet one of our sponsors, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is a Next.js, headless CMS, and e-commerce expert agency. Partners with Vercel, Shopify, Storyblock, and Sanity.io. They deliver quality software with focus on scalability, performance, and great user experience. And now it's time for a Q&A with Chance Strickland, who's building Remix at Shopify. Feel free to share your questions to Chance on Discord. in Q&A Blues Track channel.
Let's welcome Chance up to the stage. All right. Hey, Chance, how are you?
Hey, Brenda, you doing well? How are you? How are you, Paul?
Hey, great to see you. Awesome.
We're all doing good. Thank you so much for joining us for this fireside chat. We've been asking all of our speakers, I know you don't have a talk, but I want to ask you too. We asked the audience in the beginning, what is their favorite remix feature? So what is your favorite remix feature?
Oh, and that's how do you answer that question when you like work on the whole thing? It's just like
Say all the things.
all the
All
things.
the
Yeah.
things.
No, well, no. Seriously though, I think one of my favorite. I don't know if you call it a feature, but my favorite things about Remix is just sort of the modular design that we sort of started on. We the way it's designed, I think, is really it's really helpful in some of our longer term goals of supporting multiple rendering frameworks and our current goals of supporting any runtime, right? You can sort of tear it down into parts and different levels of abstraction and ship anywhere, which I think is great. And yeah, I guess just the ability to ship your app on any runtime is just a really awesome feature. You don't have to worry too much about us not supporting your runtime because we're built on web standards, right? As long as your runtime is built on web standards, you can ship Remix, right? And I just really love that. As far as individual features, I have to say, like the mutation story in Remix is excellent. Like being able to grab data from your actions immediately after using interactions without actually having to manage any of that state internally, I think it's just a superpower. I really enjoy working with those.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
Yeah, that's awesome. My first question would be, what would you say the biggest benefit for Remix is now that it's part of Shopify?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And it's one that I think we were all asking ourselves internally at the very beginning of the process. And now that we've had some time to let it shake out, I'm very excited about it. I think it's going to be a huge deal for us to be able to sort of dog food some of our design questions and our early thoughts and ideas and features, to be able to dog food that through Shopify, which manages some of the largest e-commerce sites in the world. That's going to be invaluable data for us and really is going to help us make a lot of our features and future intentions and our future designs are going to be that much more resilient and bulletproof because we're going to be able to test those things internally through Shopify and get lots and lots of feedback before we have to worry about going public with these things. Now, we still are very much an open source project. In fact, I think one of our biggest goals since joining Shopify is to lean into the open source side of things a lot more than we may have in the past. And so we've recently instituted an open RFC process where folks can go into the Remix repo and submit RFCs, submit feature requests that go through a process, and we debate those internally. And that's true of all of our internal discussions as well. Any features that we want to introduce into Remix, even internally, we are now enforcing this RFC process, and it's done all in the open. So just because we are a part of Shopify, we really are still leaning into the open source story of Remix. And I think it's going to be really cool to be able to get the feedback and the high amount of production usage from the Shopify team, but also being able to develop in open and public, I think is still really, really important to us.
Absolutely. That's amazing that they're going to allow you to still work in the open and have that community feel that we've come to know about Remix and be able to contribute back to it. Do you think that Hydrogen is going to influence any of the Remix features now that you're kind of working alongside of it?
Yeah, I think absolutely in terms of just the ability for that team to be able to provide insight and to provide feedback to us. I think that in of itself is highly valuable and certainly will influence us. But to the degree that we become a Hydrogen or Shopify product, that's not in our cards. That's not the plan. That was never part of the story, and it's not how we're going forward with this. We are still very much Remix. We are what we were when we started and joined Shopify. And they invested in us because they believe in that vision, and they believe that Hydrogen is going to benefit from Remix, just like Remix is going to benefit from the usage in Hydrogen. So our intention is to work very closely with the Hydrogen team to help them ship really, really solid products for their users. And we are still very much a separate layer from that. But yeah, that feedback loop is highly valuable, and that it's certainly going to influence us in the long term. But I think we're just such a naturally good fit for what they're doing already. So
Yeah,
it's really just like a really great matchup in my mind.
absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's great. I tried Remix and I fell in love with it. So many amazing features, and it's such a pleasure to work with. And my question is, what feature are you most excited about that is not currently released?
We have lots. We have lots of great ideas on the roadmap. We've got a public roadmap now too, which I'm really excited about. So, going back to leaning more into the open, you can go and read about some of the features we're talking about releasing in the next few months. Really stoked about that. But yeah, if you take a look at that, we've got a few things. We've got so if anyone's used React Router 6.4, we just released React Router 6.4 just a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago at this point, and we've really baked a lot of Remix's features into React Router. And we've even baked in some features that are not in Remix yet into React Router. So you can sort of get a sneak preview by going and checking out React Router 6.4. One of the features I'm really excited about is the ability to send promises in your responses from your loaders and actions and wait on them to resolve in your components. So it's sort of modeled after the whole idea of suspense, right, to a certain degree. But being able to do that and defer certain responses that might take a little bit longer to resolve right there in your components in a very declarative way, I think is really awesome. It's sort of our answer to what they're trying to do with server components to a certain degree, but we have a slightly different take on that. So yeah, I'm really excited about that feature. We're calling it the deferred feature. You can actually try that out today. We have a npm tag deferred where you can experiment with it. We cut new experimental releases with that work pretty frequently. So yeah, it's really cool. You can do a lot of cool stuff with that. And we've got a few examples in our examples repo as well using that. So that feature is going to be awesome. We have a lot more work to do on the styling side of things, supporting certain styling solutions that require some compiler integration like CSS modules, vanilla extract. Those are two technologies we've been talking a lot about internally, and being able to build support to those things directly into Remix without having to have that first step compiler pass is going to be really valuable, I think. So very excited about that as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited about those, and what you said about the server components. I might come back to that in just a minute.
I knew we would.
Any of these new features that you're excited about coming into like Remix version 2? Is there anything you can tell us, or are you excited about Remix version 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's all out there in our roadmap. So if you go to GitHub and click on the projects tab under the Remix repo, you can check out our roadmap. Everything's right there out in the open in the public. One of the things I've been working on this past couple of weeks is we're making some changes to our route meta API. Maybe not as exciting of a feature to talk about, but it is something that I think our current API is a little lacking. And one of the cool things we're doing with this actually is we are adding the ability to opt into these features before updating to V2. So when this new meta API is released, for example, you'll be able to opt into that with a flag in your Remix config so that you can get sort of a head start on upgrading, so that when V2 comes around, you can upgrade incrementally, which will be really nice. And I think we're planning to do that with pretty much every feature that we're going to release in V2 that is a breaking change. So I think it'll be a really nice upgrade path and will help ease some of the pain points. Because one of the challenges with any software in the V1 stage is that it's V1, right? Like this is our first go at it, and we're going to make some mistakes. We're going to maybe not fully understand some of the ways in which folks are going to interact with these APIs. And so at that stage, long term, we aim for stability. But at this early stage, we are going to have to make some breaking changes to accommodate some of the things that we may have missed along the way. And so being able to do that in a very smooth, incremental way, I think is going to be super helpful for folks who are trying to keep up with things as they progress and change.
Oh, I think that's huge that you're providing a migration path for your users to go from V1 to V2. That makes so much sense.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And I wanted to ask you, has there been any more news about making Remix framework agnostic along with React Router?
Yeah, so I love that question, and I love talking about this because it's something I'm really excited about. Going back to what I was talking about very early on, where the way we've sort of designed our APIs and the various packages is that everything is sort of exists in its own layer, right? And Remix was built sort of on top of the fundamental ideas of React Router, which means that it was sort of very much linked to React. But that's not necessarily the case anymore, because when we sort of re-architected React Router in 6.4, we separated out the React part of React Router from the underlying core logic, which now exists in its framework agnostic package, Remix Run / router. All of the logic lives there now. All of the routing logic, all of the superpowers right there in that package, completely separate from React. So we manage all of the navigation state outside of React now. And I think that is going to really enable us to take off with this idea. And it's something that we've experimented internally. One of our guys, Matt Brophy, is a big Vue guy. He came from the Vue world and has done a lot of work in that space. And he's already months ago created a proof of concept Vue router that we can use to create a Vue adapter. And we've had some really awesome contributors out there who have experimented in this space as well. I think just out in the open, some folks have developed Svelte adapters, and I think someone has developed an Angular adapter, right? Like there's been some really cool work in exploring this framework agnostic space, and it's absolutely something we aim to do internally. You know, we work with Jason Miller now at Shopify, who obviously is the author and maintainer of Preact. So I'm really excited for Preact support because I still love React, but sometimes you don't need the whole thing, right? You just need the very simple APIs that you can bring a lot of that in with a lot less weight in your bundle. So I'll be really excited to start playing around with Preact when we get that router up and running. So yeah, no, it's happening, and we're very excited about it. I'm very excited about it.
I'm super excited about that. Yeah. You spoke about the Svelte adapter, and Austin Krim is the one that was working on that. He gave a talk at Svelte Summit on that, and I was like, oh, I love Remix already, but if I can use the language that I like to write in as well as use the framework that I love, I'm super excited about the future of all of that. And so earlier I said I would come back to this with the server components that you were talking about. So how closely is the Remix team working with the React team and getting like those server components, and how is that working?
Yeah, that's a great question. They've been in contact with us, and we've been in contact with them about just general offering features.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Heart on fire.
to get to talk to you and find out some more about Shopify buying Remix and joining the partnership there, but it's still allowing it to be this open source community. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure chatting with you.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Sergio, an Argentinian web developer living in Peru and working at Daffy.org. Sergio is a tech writer at sergiodxa.com and an open source author and contributor. He's an early supporter and contributor of Remix, previous contributor of Next.js, SWR, and several other OSS projects. The talk is going to be on remixing how we give. Love that talk title. Sergio will share a review of how they're using Remix at Daffy.org to change the way people give to charities. He'll talk about why they decided to use Remix, how they've used it and migrated from their previous front-end application, and some patterns and libraries they have developed internally. But before we switch to the talk, let's see the question for you from Sergio on Slido. Make sure you go into sly.do and join at channel 1818. And the question that Sergio is wondering is, have you migrated an existing project to Remix? Yes. And this time we have multiple choices. No, I haven't migrated yet, but would like to. And 3, no, do not have any such plans to migrate. So don't forget to ask those questions over in Discord in the Q&A Blues Track channel. Afterwards, we'll be doing the big Q&A with Sergio. And let's give a big round of virtual applause. Sergio, the stage is yours.
Hello, welcome to my presentation. I'm Sergio Salambri, and I am a web developer at Daffy, and I'm going to talk how we use Daffy, how we use Remix at Daffy. So first, what is Daffy? Daffy is a platform to help people donate to the charities they care about in an automated way. And to do that, we provide both an iOS application and a web application, and we use Remix for that web application. We also use Remix for other apps, but we are going to focus on how we use it for our main web, that what users use. So first, how we started using and building the frontend. Daffy or MVP was a React router application being served from a Rails route and compiled by Rails Webpacker. It worked great for the MVP proof of concept, but then we changed it to Next.js, powering the landings and the web because we wanted to have server-side rendering and other features. But we had some problems with that setup. We had slow pages on slow connections to the website. If there was an error on one of our API calls to get data to render on the page, the whole page crashed and shows an expected error. Also, forms were way too complex to validate and prone to errors. We have many errors there, and we have some unnecessary duplication of code. Also, sharing code in get server-side props function is too complex because you need to grab it on high order functions. So we decided we needed to use something else, and we chose to use Remix. And the reason for that is the first one, the resilience. So the resilience is how well an app can keep working in case of an error. Remix doesn't make your app work all the time if there is an error, but it helps you a lot to get there or near there. With error boundaries, we can catch any unexpected error and show something to the user, like, hey, something went wrong. We know about this now, but you can contact support if you need more help. With catch boundaries, we also can customize how we present to users any known errors, like a not found. The user goes to a charity and that charity doesn't exist, that's a not found. Or a user profile that doesn't exist, it's not found. They want to do something that needs more money on their account, we can return a missing payments error UI with catch boundaries. Same with lack of authorization. We also can use progressive enhancements. So if JS failed, too low for any reason, the application is mostly usable. At least they can still access the content. Another reason was format mutation. With the previous stack, we had to do a lot of things to do a mutation, like create a form, state for input, serialize that, send it in a fetch to an API, create the API in another file, send authorize, validate data, and send it to our Rails API. With Remix, this becomes way simpler. We just render the form, export an action on the same file the form lives in, and we can do the server-side logic like authorization and validation of the data before sending it to Rails, and it works. It's way simpler, like half of the steps. Action code is also on the same file of the form, not another file. That's a great benefit for being able to know what's happening in a route. We go to a route, we saw there is a form, we go to the action, we know what's that form doing. We can also add validation with Salt. Multi-step forms can work without JavaScript, way simpler, and with the back button, something we had issues before. And with progress enhancement, we can use the use transition hook to enhance the experience of the users and show from loading states to optimistic UIs. Conventions and separation of concerns is also another reason we choose Remix. Roots files helps a lot with refactoring. We can just remove a root file and remove with that the action, the loader, the component, links, everything. We need nested roots also help avoid duplication. We don't need to move code to another file and import it in many files like headers shared across roots. We just create a parent layout root and put inside everything that needs that header, and that's it. And the component can live in the root. Loaders and actions also use web standards, and web standards means we spend less time on Remix docs and more time on the Mozilla Developer Network docs. Also means hiring and teaching the stack is simpler. We hired someone who didn't know Remix, and she learned Remix for the interview and passed the interview, and other developers focusing on backend were able to learn Remix super fast in like a day or less than a day and started using it. Now, how we migrated to Remix? We know we wanted to use Remix, but we still had this big next application. What we did? The first thing was we can migrate everything at once, so we decided to run Remix and Next together. To do this, we take advantage that Remix can be plugged in an Express server, and Next can also be plugged in an Express server. So we use Express to run both processes, both apps in a single process. We send everything from /_next/ to Next, so it can handle APIs and sending assets. We use Express static for the public build, the public folder, and the public build folder for Remix. We send a specific request to Remix and the rest of the request to Next initially. This means we had to handle errors on Next at the beginning, but eventually we switched and we started to send all requests to Remix by default and only specific requests to Next.js. We did this when we moved all our catch all routes. That is the user profile / whatever is a user profile. So we moved that to Remix, and that allows us to do the switch and say, okay, from now on, everything goes to Remix except this part, like API route from Next, or some routes that we were still serving with HTML from Next.js. We also had to share the authentication state because moving from one app to another for the user should have been the same. The user didn't know if the route was using Remix or Next, except probably because it was faster. So we created Remix Out. We changed Auth0 Next.js SDK to Remix Out with the Auth0 strategy. And then we realized that the session storage object from Remix is actually not tied in any way to Remix. We can use it in Next. You can install that part in the Next app and have it working. So there you can see how you can pass the rec.headers.cookie value to session storage.getSession and get the session, and then commit the session and get a string to send to rest.setHeader. And in the same way we can do with Remix. So we shared these session storage to be able to share the authentication state across apps. Finally, another issue we had was Remix links pointing to next apps while we're trying to do a client-side navigation. And that failed because the root didn't exist on Remix yet. And the same happening in the other way. Next links pointing to Remix try to do the same, trying to load the following route the user was navigating to using Next, but that didn't exist anymore. So the solution was, for the time the migration was still happening, we added reload document in Remix components and avoided using next link component. So every link was a full page navigation. Same with forms. Every form was causing a full page navigation, even if the link or the form was pointing to a route we already know was using Remix. So we set the baseline, basically everything used full page navigation. And after the migration was ready and we know there was not any more Next.js code running in production, we removed all reload documents and the app become a single page application again. Now, how we use Remix at Daffy. First, Remix is a backend for frontend for us. The user interacts only with Remix. There is no way the user see a request to our Rails API, just send it to Remix and from there to Rails. And we use this to aggregate data from multiple endpoints of our API. Server side, on the loaders, we can just fetch multiple endpoints. We get that data and filter it also on the server side. And we can transform the data. For example, we convert date objects to localized messages or numbers to localize the string amounts. And because of this, because most of these things we use it to do on the UI are now in the loaders, or React components are simpler because they just focus on the UI. They focus on get the data from use loader data and show it to the user, and a few specific states or effects for integration, mostly with third-party services. Also, we have this idea of a root file has to contain everything they need, at least as much as possible. We only move components to the app/components folder if they are truly shared, like we use it on almost every root, or at least more than 3. So we know before moving a component to this folder that the component is actually going to be used in a lot of parts, is not tied to the data. This allows simpler refactoring of roots, because if everything is in the root, we can just remove the roots and remove all the related code. There is no way in where we remove a root and we left the component in the component folder because we are not sure if something else is using it. We also avoid coupling components, shared components with data, because all of our shared components just receive data from props and not from user data, and they define exactly what they need. And allow simpler components because they are not. If they are complex components, they are usually tied to what the root is specifically doing and thus lives in the root itself. We also have this idea of a query function. So this is how a loader looks like in Remix. The initial code where we authenticate the user, create API clients, instances, and things like that are expected to not fail. So if they fail, we want the error boundary to render. We then try catch everything that is expected that may fail. If there is an error, we capture the exception and send it to Sentry. And we also return our true error response to let the user know something went wrong. We true when the word root is bad, and we return when we can still render part of it. And the query functions are these get something functions with async functions we have inside the loader at the end of the loader code, where we fetch data from the API. We also filter it or parse or transform it there. So the whole code is in a single function. And inside this function, we can try catch the request. So this means if get donation fails, in this case, we want the root to fail, because if you are seeing a specific donation, nothing makes sense without that data. But if you get charities fail, we can return null and capture the exception to sentry. So we know something failed, but for the user, what's going to happen is the list of charities disappears from the UI. So important queries can cause the main try catch to fail inside the loader, but the others fail silently. We do something similar with mutation. So mutation is again a function we put at the bottom of the action, where we create the SOD schema, we validate the form data with the SOD schema and send it to the API. And if it's a success, we can return a JSON with a status success or a ready red or whatever we need. And if there is an error, we check if it's a SOD error. We return a JSON with the status error and the list of error messages. If it's not a SOD error, it means something else failed, we capture the exception and show a generic message, usually telling the user to contact support and that we already know of the error. We also handle errors on the UI this way. So we have the cache boundary in case the wall loader failed, the wall root failed. But we move part of the UI from the root to different components, and inside those components that live in the same file as the root, we call use loader data, get the data we need and render it. And if the data is null, we just return null to hide that part of the interface. We also defined custom conventions using the handle export. Most of these using custom conventions are no part of Remix utils. Things like hydrate scripts and dynamic links and structured data are part of Remix utils. And we have this global type Daffy.handle that we can attach to our handle export and define what that root can set there. So our roots define if they need or not JavaScript, if they need external scripts, can load it that way. We also extend this convention for different layouts. So the boarding handle have different conventions that attach it to the global ones. Same with layout on the app handle. And you can see, for example, in the app handle, we have this aside component that receives the loader data as props. And this allows the app layout root to render the sidebar with the side, but render it in a larger layout with the root children roots inside it in another place. So we can use this as a way to define slots or selling it in some way for different parts of the layout. We also have a type safe API client. So we don't use something like Prisma because we fetch an API. So in order to have type safety, when we fetch from our own API, we define schemas with SOD, infer the type from there. And when we fetch the API, we just parse the data as it comes from SOD with SOD and let it fail if there is an error. So if there is an error there, we know something changed on the API that wasn't expected to change, and we can review the error and check what happened. If not, if something worked correctly, the return value from the API methods is going to be correctly typed with the schema donation type. We also use a lot of resource roots for different things. We, for example, generate PDF because we have to give users report about the donation for tax purposes. So we use a React PDF library to render React inside a resource root. We generate a PDF. We localize the PDF using Y18Next library. And then after we render the PDF, we send a response using the PDF helper from Remix utils. And that way we can generate dynamic PDF with React and a resource root. We also use resource root for Open Graph images. In the same way, we just get params from the URL search params. We use React to render an SVG as a string. If the user expects an SVG response, we just return it. If not, we can transform the SVG to something else like a PNG, JPEG, WebP, etc., and send the file with the correct content type header. And this way, we can just optimize images for Open Graph as we need it. Now, how Remix at Daffy has contributed to the Remix community, because a lot of things were extracted from there. Remix utils exist thanks to remix.daffy. We use client only, use hydrated, use glow and pending state, and more things come from internal functions on components. We use it in a Daffy, and then we extract it to remix utils. Remix out was born because the need to implement OutC authentication at Daffy. I published the first draft with my initial attempt, and then from the proof of concept we have from Remix, we created Remix out version 1 with the OutC strategy that was later extracted to another package, and the library grew with the community. Remix Y18 Next also exists thanks to Daffy using Remix because we need to localize the app. The app is actually in English only, but we support localization already. We choose Y18 Next to translate the frontend. So again, my initial implementation was published as an article, and then we extracted the library with the actual code. We use it as Remix Y18 Next from Daffy proof of concept. That was how the library was created and the community started to contribute. And that's it. Thanks for joining me.
Wow, that was such an amazing talk. Thank you, Sergio. We're going to have you up in just a minute for a Q&A, but don't forget to ask your questions over on Discord in the Q&A Blues Track channel so that we can ask those to Sergio. Why don't we go ahead and bring him up and on stage so we can start and discuss our Slido results.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Sergio. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Oh, good. Well, that was an amazing talk. Thank you so much. We want to jump over to Slido and see what the results were of the poll. Let me get my screen over to that. And so we asked, have you migrated an existing project to Remix? And 53% of people said no, they haven't migrated yet, but they would like to. And then some people said yes, about 38%, and then nobody, no, I don't have plans to, about 6%. So very little don't want to migrate at all. But that's pretty cool that a lot of people are planning to, right?
Yeah, you should keep
Yeah.
doing and try it.
So hopefully this talk helped them get the motivation to go ahead and start migrating their apps over. And don't forget that you can always join at slido.com, and 1818 is the code if you want to answer on any of these polls that we're doing. All right, let's jump back into the Q&A. So we have a question that we asked the audience in the beginning, and we're asking every speaker now. We would like to know...
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
And I'm going to hand it back over to Paul, I think. Oh, you're muted, Paul.
And that was great, Brittany. Great Q&A with Sergio. And yeah, before we continue, be sure to join the Discord server. Find the link in the timeline or the org email so not to miss any opportunities or announcements, as well as we hang out with the speakers and other attendees. And do you remember tweeting of how you're watching the stream with your great photos? Just a reminder that after all the talks, we'll pick 2 winners randomly who will get a t-shirt and a multipass with the access to batch JS cons from GitNation team. Tweet it with the hashtag RemixConfEU. And our next speaker is Brian Leroux, is the co-founder of Begin.com, maintainer of Architect Arc.codes, and contributor to Enhance, and an AWS serverless hero. His talk, Remix Persistence with DynamoDB, where he will we'll learn actually about the incredible power of AWS DynamoDB. But before we switch to the talk, let's see the questions for you from Brian. And Brian is wondering, what database do you use? Is it MongoDB, Postgres, DynamoDB, or other? You could let us know by going to Slido and typing code 1818 and giving us your answer. And don't forget, again, we want to make sure that this is an engaging conversation, and go ahead and ask your questions on Discord in Q&A Bluestrack channel. And let's give a big round of virtual applause to Brian, and the stage is yours.
Hi, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm stoked to be part of this remix movement with you. And today I'm going to be talking to you about persistence with DynamoDB. My name is Brian Leroux. You can find me on various socials that still exist under that name, and I work for Begin.com. So before I get into Dynamo, I'm just going to talk about persistence in general. So persistence is a really important requirement for dynamic web applications. It is an essential complexity for anything that's personalized. So anything that's got an authentication step, and we're saving some data about a person, and we need to do that in a secure way and in a fast way, you're going to need a database. And you can't do this with a flat file system. You don't want to do this with a flat file system because you'll get into concurrency issues. So traditionally, people would choose a relational database, and DynamoDB is a kind of next generation database that is key value based. And so most organizations out there these days have settled on Amazon for infrastructure, and Dynamo is the flagship key value database for AWS. So if you're using AWS, you probably would like to learn more about Dynamo. So what exactly is Dynamo? It's a low latency wide column key value store. That's a really fancy way of saying that we query by key and we store values as JSON, and we can have different shapes of different columns on every row. And so for every row in my database, I could have different item attributes, and it's all good. Dynamo is a completely managed database, and this means that there's no patching, there's no software to upgrade, and that's really nice. And also really nice is it's scaled to zero, which is a fancy way of saying that you only pay for what you use and you don't pay for anything else. So it's 100% utilization. You're not keeping a big cluster of servers around just to meet demand that you may or may not have. You just use what you pay for, and happy days. You move on from there. So the next kind of big question that I often get is like, well, why would I choose DynamoDB out of the millions of database options that we have available to us out there? And the key one for me is it's the flagship managed database for the pioneer of the cloud, and they use it themselves at Amazon to back Amazon.com's retail business. So it's just a good choice from that regard. There's great local development options. It's got a huge free tier. It's fast no matter how much data you store, which is kind of a science fiction dream for databases used to be as you added servers, you would add latency, and you definitely would add problems, which we just don't experience with a managed database. It's very small, so there's not a whole lot of API to learn. There's really only about 6 key API calls to deal with Dynamo, which is really great. It's got a good SDK for just about every runtime you could think of. And the sort of sleeper feature, my favorite feature, that it works really well with AWS Lambda. Single digit millisecond latency for queries, no matter how much data you are storing, is generally the line that gets tossed around. And this is a really big deal because a lot of databases are quite slow today, especially traditional relational databases. They can be made fast, but they're never going to be that fast. And they just don't work as well with Lambda for a variety of reasons. So the next question would be, well, why not DynamoDB? Like, obviously, there's trade-offs. This isn't going to be a trade-off free decision. So the first big kind of thing is that it's an Amazon only thing. So people get worried about that. This isn't actually technically totally accurate, though. There are examples of people cloning Dynamo now for other key value stores. So we saw this happen with a lot of other Amazon services, like S3 very famously. It's cloned quite a bit now. So that'll probably continue to happen. A very valid criticism, though, is that it's just a bit weird to learn. So modeling for a wide column key value store is very query centric. You have to think about how you want to get the data before you store it. Unlike relational data, where we denormalize everything and we can kind of query ad hoc. Now, the other thing that's a bit weird is that the query syntax is a bit strange. It's not as same as relational, although I would argue that this is just a familiarity thing. If you had learned Dynamo first and then learned Postgres after, you would probably find Postgres weird. So not really a major thing. Why not DynamoDB also has a bunch of myths, and I want to address these head on. So one of the first myths is that it's expensive. Another one is that you need to know all of your access patterns completely up front before you do anything. That's not true. I've heard that it's hard to modify and migrate. That's also not true. Sometimes people say you can't use SQL. That's not true. And we'll address the biggest red herrings of all, lock-in and scaling, at the end, because it'll be funny. So first one is it expensive? Well, the DynamoDB free tier gives you 25 gigabytes stored on disk per month for free, and it's 25 cents for every gigabyte after that. That's a lot of starter data. 25 gigs, it's a ton. That's just on disk what it costs. So you also have to pay for read and write, and basically it works out to about 200 million requests per month is going to be in the free tier. So storing 25 gigs, 200 million requests per month, I think this is not expensive at all. This is very cheap. And so even if as you scale, you find these numbers to just get out of hand, it still speaks to using Dynamo for at least prototyping your application. It's going to get you really far for very little. As a side, the joke I used to like to say is that, yeah, Dynamo's expensive, but so are DBAs. And that joke really only lands if you've had to shard a database. So I'm not going to make the assumption that anyone knows what I'm talking about there. Another big myth is that you need to know access patterns up front. So DynamoDB modeling is different than relational database modeling. And it's just different. It's not better and it's not worse. It's just different. And so in both databases, relational or key value, you need to have a schema of some kind. You need to say that these values are expected, and that's how I'm going to query for stuff. So it really doesn't matter which database you choose. At some point, you're going to have to declare a schema. You're going to have to say, I have an accounts table, or I have a songs table, or whatever. And this is true whether you're dealing with relational or wide column stores. So I don't think it's a great argument. You're going to be migrating and learning about your app. And as it gets more baked and you understand the access patterns more, you're going to be able to store the data in more efficient ways. And that's true no matter what database you choose. Sometimes people say you can't use SQL with DynamoDB. That used to be true. That's no longer the case. We now have a query language called PartyQL. It sounds fun. It looks like SQL, so I guess if you find that fun, then it is. And you can click through and check it out. It's not just limited to Dynamo. It's actually supposed to be a kind of a broader idea. I think right now Dynamo is probably the only people using it, though. So the other big red herring that gets thrown around is whether or not you're locked in. And at a certain point, you're always locked in. And I would argue that the biggest lock-in of all is choosing upfront complexity. And sharding and managing a running instance for a database is definitely a lot of complexity. Sometimes people think that if you use a database like Postgres, that means your data is inherently portable. And I think that's a lie. You're going to have to go through a huge amount of pain to move that data between different database providers, regardless of the database you choose. So to me, it's not a very good argument. There's a much longer, more rational written argument here on Merton Fowler's website that you can check out. I just don't think lock-in's a good reason to choose anything. If you've already selected Amazon as a vendor, you're probably going to be there for a while. This one's fun, and it comes up all the time. People are like, well, does it scale? Yeah, it super does. So Jeff Barr last year says Amazon DynamoDB powers multiple high traffic Amazon properties and systems, including Alexa and Amazon.com sites and all the Amazon fulfillment centers. Over the course of the 66-hour Prime Day, these sources made trillions of API calls while maintaining high availability with single-digit millisecond performance, peaking at 82 million requests per second. Yeah, it scales. So it's also not just Amazon. If social proof is how you like to make decisions, there are a ton of logos here, people using DynamoDB at scale for a variety of applications. I think we can put that one to bed. So as a very fast recap, DynamoDB scales up and down dynamically, generous free tier, supports an SQL-like syntax. It's fairly straightforward to migrate around, works really well with AWS Lambda. Yeah, it scales. And yeah, it's a bit weird to learn, and we're going to get into that. Before I get into it too much further, if you just want to zone out and not pay attention to the rest of my talk, the thing I would recommend you do is pick up this book and follow Alex Debris on Twitter if you're still there. This is just an immediate buy for your whole team if you're using Dynamo. It is the best docs written for DynamoDB by far. When we started adopting Dynamo, I wish this book had come out because we would have saved a lot of time if it had. It is the cheapest thing you'll ever be thankful that you bought. It's going to give you superpowers, and I can't recommend it enough. So Dynamo, let's get into it a little bit deeper. Some terminology to be aware of, first of all. So Dynamo has tables, and tables are collections of items. You could think of these like pages in a spreadsheet. And items are like a row in a spreadsheet or maybe in a database, if that's what you're familiar with. And now items have attributes. And so like if if the table's name is accounts and a row is, a user in the accounts, it might have attributes like name and email and address. Partition key is how we query for a specific item or a collection of items. So a partition key is kind of like a primary key in relational terms. It's usually a fairly unique value, but it doesn't have to be, and it's how we get stuff. A sort key is a secondary way to query. And so a sort key might be a way to narrow down the collection of items or a way to get a more exact representation of hierarchical data. So if you want to get like a lower leaf in the tree, as it were. And then the last concept is indexes. And indexes are actually, they're just basically like tables. They're another table with a different primary key, sort key schema, so that you can query by different stuff. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So basic modeling. A partition key is a unique value for accessing an item. So this right here is what we call an ARC file. And it's a document we use to provision DynamoDB tables in the Architect open source project. So we say, hey, table, I want a table named accounts, and I want a partition key of account ID. And I'm going to have an extra index for the accounts table. Oh, I have a typo here. That should be accounts with an S. That's terrible. But this should be accounts, and so it matches here. And it would be a different way to query. So I might want to get my user by account ID, but I might only have the email, such as when they're registering or signing in or logging into the system. So I need an index to query that by email. I like how my typo carried over to here, so sorry about that. So basic modeling 101 two. So there's a primary key concept, and then there's a secondary key concept, or the sort key, sometimes called a secondary key. Sort key is for querying sort of one-to-many relations. So if I was modeling a blog in my system, and I've got accounts, and accounts have many blogs, and so one account ID would have more than one blog post, and we could, have a secondary key of slug to get an individual post. Now, this is cool because we might also have to query blogs by when it was published. And so this is a secondary key in the index where we're going to go by published instead. And so it's kind of nice. So now we can get all the blogs, we can get a blog by its title, and we can get whether or not it's been published. Cool. So primary keys and sort keys, tables and indexes, that's like the most basic high level stuff. There's a lot more to it. One of the things to know about DynamoDB, and you hear this come up all the time, so I'm going to address it now, is what about single table design? So Amazon recommends that you model your application with as few tables as possible. And ideally, that means just one table. And you can get really fancy with partition keys and sort keys to store really complex relationships inside of your tables, inside of one table. Now, I don't like to do this with ephemeral data and durable data. And what I mean by that is if I have API keys or tokens, which I'm expiring with a time to live, I don't want to store that in the same place where I have user accounts, which are durable data that I want to keep around forever and maybe back up on a regular cadence. I don't want to back up short-lived tokens. I want to back up user accounts. And so we don't want to put those tables together. So you typically will have more than one table depending on the life cycle of the data involved. Now, this is a personal opinion, and everybody's got one, so take it for what it's worth. But I think single table design is an optimization step once you know your data access patterns. Until you know them, you should probably just lean towards trying stuff out and figuring out the best design for your app at the time. And that might mean that there's going to be opportunities to improve it later. And that's not a bad thing. That's actually what will happen regardless of whether you design it for a single table or not. Okay, that's a lot of hype. Let's get into modeling some stuff. So first of all, if you're going to create a Remix app to work with this, you're going to want to choose the Grunge stack. That uses Architect under the hood, which gives you all these AWS superpowers. You don't have to do that though, and I'm going to show you how to work with DynamoDB directly on your machine locally without an Amazon account, because that will make things a lot easier. And if you do check out the Grunge stack, you will see in the generated code that it gives you this awesome note-taking application that is really close to how I would recommend you'd want to work anyways. So typically you'd have some kind of folder called models, and you would want to put all of your data access logic in those models. You don't want your application layer to be interacting with DynamoDB. You want it to be interacting with the entities of your system. And so in this case, the entities are user and note. And so whatever you want to call them, whatever those things are that you're persisting, you want to collect those into like an object so that your application layer reads really cleanly, and it's more focused on business logic and not on data access logic. And that's really, really important to separate those concerns. And once this is all compiled, it'll all be mashed together in the right places. But if you sort of dig into like these models, you'll see that they kind of encapsulate all the ugliness of working directly with the database, which isn't that ugly. But db.note.get with these PK and SK things is a lot less clear than the interface of just get note, right? So that's a nicer way to work. Now, I was going to go through this and just sort of explain how all this works, but I feel like it starts with almost too much context, and I don't want to confuse you with all this extra business that's going on. I just want to show you the most basic stuff. So with that, I'm actually just going to go jump over to my terminal, and I should fix my example. It's super funny. I'm going to create a new tab, and I'm going to make a directory, and I'm going to call it Remix DynamoDB. And I'm going to jump in there. I'm going to echo a pair of parentheses into a file called package.json. And I'm going to npm install tape, tap spec, architect sandbox, architect functions. And I'm going to save them for development. This is going to take a sec. We're all kind of used to the npm tax, but it's worth maybe talking about what's going on here. So I've just created a package JSON file and I added some dependencies to it. Those dependencies are for testing, and that's it. And there we go. Now I'm gonna touch a file called app.arc, and I'm gonna modify it. And just call it my app. And we will start by defining a DynamoDB table called cats. And we'll give it a primary or a partition key. Sorry, I always want to call it a primary key. We'll give it a partition key of cat ID. So we have, typically I like to name the tables in plural, and then each row would be like a singular type thing. And so now with the way that Architect works, we'll be able to run this locally, which is really, really nice. But before I do that, let's go pop over to package JSON. Cool, I got all my deps. So we'll just add a script. And tap spec. Okay, so this is going to run tape against a file called test.mjs, and it's going to pipe the results to tap spec. Now test.mjs doesn't exist yet, so let's create that. And we'll just add a silly test. Oops. Works. Now you can add all kinds of tooling to this, obviously, and you can get really, buck nutty if you want, but I'm just trying to get this working, and I just want to do one little step at a time and see how it works, just taking baby steps. So we have one passing test that feels pretty good, but there's not a whole lot going on here. So remember when I went into this app.arc file and I defined this table called cats? Well, it would be cool if we could, take a look at that. So why don't we do that? So before we do that, we're going to need the Arc sandbox. So Architect ships with a DynamoDB runtime based on a thing called Dynalite, and it lets us run it locally, which is nice. So you don't have to deploy anything to the cloud to test out your DynamoDB. And I'm going to say, now it runs like a dev server, so we have to start and stop it, and we'll do that before and after our tests run. I'm not sure why I get this weird screen thing going on. There we go. And ended. And we'll see some weird output when we do this. So let's take a look at that. Oh, missing a comma. I should install ESLint, but I don't want this to turn into a configure my stuff story. Okay, so you'll see here we got some output. When the sandbox started, it said tables created in local database, which is nice. I actually don't want to see that every time though, so I'm going to tell it to be quiet, true. And instead of just saying works, why don't we take a look at the Architect Dynamo client. Architect's sort of a collection of small functions that let you work with AWS. And so one of those functions is a data access layer. And so we're going to say let data equals await arc.tables. So this is going to reflect back the tables that we defined in our Arc file. And if we were to deploy this, that Arc file would generate the CloudFormation needed to create the database at AWS. So let's take a look at this. Oh, right. This needs to be async. Okay, so that was actually pretty cool. We'll see now that when we said arc.tables, it returned this object called data, and data has this thing on it called cats, and cats have methods delete, get, put, query, scan, and update. That's our Dynamo client. So the reason this is useful, I'm going to just quickly jump over to the architect website, and I'll show you. Here is on the left an ARC file. Whoops. And this on the right is the generated cloud formation for that ARC file. And you'll see down here somewhere it's going to define a DynamoDB table. And that's great. You know, we've got like scope and data and IDs, and it's got a TTL on it. This table, when it gets generated, is going to just have a meaningless GUID for a name. If I call it cats, for example, there's no cats in here. It's going to be mashed in with what gets generated. So at runtime, we actually will look it up by key and allow you to have this Dynamo client that is a little more easy to work with. So you're just working with or data.cats as opposed to working with some GUID. Okay, so we got our table. Let's write some data to it. So write a cat. Say result equals await data.cats.put. And I think I said in the schema that it would have a cat ID. And I'll just, you know, this isn't intended to be production code. So we'll just do that for the cat ID. Give it a name. Sutro is my cat's name. We have birthday. Okay, and instead of saying pass, we'll say t.ok result.cat ID has a cat. And we'll log out result here so we can take a look at it. Cool. So we wrote a cat to the database, and then we exited right away, and it's gone because we don't persist anything in our local file system sandbox. By default, this will actually just run in memory, and it's just great because as you add more and more tests and you build out a bigger and bigger data access layer, the tests are going to run fast. In our case, for begin.com, I think we have something like thousands of tests, and they run in milliseconds, which is how you want this to work. So why don't we read all cats. And we can add a couple cats. We don't have to just add one cat. Another cat named Tuxedo. How about that? And I'm gonna want to get this ID later, so I'm just gonna say my cat ID up here outside the scope of my test. And I'm going to copy this chunk of code up here. And so this cat ID will be outside of this scope, and then later on I'll be able to look it up. But for now, let's just get all the cats. So data.cats.scan. And as cats. Okay, so scan is typically considered bad practice, typically. So what scan will do is it'll go through and it'll read everything. And if your table's really big, that's going to take a long time, and it's going to have to paginate through multiple pages of data. So typically you want to grab things by querying or by directly giving it a key. So that's just the sloppy, fast way to work. But you know what? This also scales for quite a long time. So don't feel bad about using the tools you have available to you and then iterating to improve it. It doesn't have to be perfect up front. So let's read one cat, data.cats.get, and we're going to query by cat ID. And so if we see here, by cat ID, we pulled back this one. And this is just screaming fast, eh? Like we're just adding queries and no big deal. Reading and writing, all that takes place in 300 milliseconds. Not bad. kind of exactly what you want. So as far as CRUD goes, we've got create, we've got read, we've got a list with this scan business. Let's do a query just to round it out. And so this is kind of the read cats by cat ID. So this is kind of the recommended way to work with rows. Key condition expression. Now you can do this in multiple different ways. This is just sort of one way, and there's a whole lot to unpack about how to learn how to do proper modeling and building up a larger application. I'm just trying to give you a sense here. I'm not trying to say this is the only way or the best way. This is I'm introducing you to Dynamo for the first time. So we have a key condition expression. We're saying, give me all the cats where the cat ID equals this value. And then we have to have an expression attribute value. And one of them is going to be cat ID. And we'll pass the cat ID that we generated above. That's going to get us a result. And we'll inspect that value of that result. So you can see it's really actually quite similar to running a scan, but it was pre-filtered on the ID that we were looking at. Now, as you design and learn how to model out DynamoDB applications, you'll use IDs as a way to like query on groups of items in hierarchies, and this is how you get more than one item by ID. And you can add all kinds of conditions to this. It doesn't have to be too complicated. I'm going to do another one of these. I'm going to say let cat 82, and we'll use it for this one. And so read all cats by cat ID, has a bunch of cats, cool. Let's delete a row. So we'll have all CRUD now. We've got create, read, update, and delete. So destroy a cat. That sounds sad. Delete a cat row. It's a little more benign. I'm a friend of the cats. I don't want to see them get hurt. Okay. So I'm using tape, by the way, here, very deliberately. Sometimes people in the React community think you should use Jest. Don't use Jest to test node projects. It's not very good for that. It's bloated, it's slow, and it patches globals. And you want something as close to the metal as possible for your tests. You don't want your tests to be a murder mystery. You want them to be a place where you can trust what's going on is what you thought was going on. All right, so let's grab some code from there. We're going to get the cats, and we're going to say delete. And it's just by cat ID, so we can just steal that code. And then we'll see if we get a result of some kind. And sadly, yes, we will. The right way to do this would actually be, let's do a scan afterwards, and we'll see how many items we have in the scan. The right way, but the right way to do this to learn, I should say. Call this one result. Oh, and delete the second one. Okay. Oh. I think I know where I messed up. It was back up here when I was creating this. Yeah. Oh, still have an error. Delete cat row, hot cats. Oh, read cat by cat ID. I got one. And then delete a row as cats. Let's just see what I got here. Oh, we deleted both cats, didn't we? I deleted this cat. And did I delete both cats? Where did the other cat go? Oh, going off script. 3 cats by cat ID. We have a tuxedo, we have a tuxedo, tuxedo, right cat. That's interesting. It's almost like we overwrote our cat up here. Did not cat stuff put? Get cat stuff put. Oh, I think we did, because these might have happened so close that they shared an ID. Yeah, that's what happened. They shared an ID. Now this is obviously for demo purposes. You could use UUIDs here. Probably want to use some other data like email and stuff too. But let's just see. So yeah, now we've got just one back. And it's doing what we expect. Cool. So that's a very fast tour of building a DynamoDB client in one file with 3 dependencies or 4 dependencies. As you were to mature this project, you would likely want to like have a thing called cats, right? And you wouldn't be interacting with the Dynamo code in here. You would be interacting with the cats code. And so the exercise for the reader would be to move this into some kind of model here, and then your application would consume that model, would be tested independently of your UI of your application, and you wouldn't have to worry about how these things compose. They can compose nicely together as you build out your app. Okay, so that was like the highest level, fastest speed run of learning Dynamo I could throw at you. This obviously only just barely scratches the surface. A big recap here. So DynamoDB scales up and down dynamically. It's got a huge free tier, supports SQL-like syntax. It's very easy to migrate. It works super well with Lambda. Yes, it scales. And yeah, it's a bit weird to learn. I'm out of time, so please follow me on the various socials at Brian LaRue. If you want to give this a try, give the Grunge Stack a go, Remix. And then if you're having any problems, just join us at the Architect Discord. You can find us at arc.codes. We're always happy to help. Thanks so much.
That was a great talk. That was so awesome. Before we jump into Q&A, just a reminder, go to Q&A Blues Track, the Discord channel, and place your questions there. But with that being said, let's have Brian join me for Q&A, and let's first go over the poll that we had, which is, what database do you use? And we see the results. Most people chose Postgres. You know, DynamoDB did beat out MongoDB, and then nobody chose other. So very interesting
I'm
response.
surprised.
And I know we were talking earlier, and you kind of said like, oh, everybody just wants to play it safe and stuff like that. But keeping all the jokes aside, I do want to talk about, you know, how does DynamoDB complement Remix in your opinion? Why is it such a great combination?
Yeah, and I didn't want my talk to be like.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire.
Brian, for coming on, giving such a great talk, and answering the questions we did have. So with that being said, thank you for joining us, and let's go back to Brittany.
All right, that was so great. Don't hesitate to go and share your feedback via the form at remixconf.eu/feedback. The form is within the whole event, and your feedback would be very helpful for us. Our next speaker is going to be Adrian Barron, a senior software engineer at Tractable. He's passionate about building things such as Tiny Frontend as an open source, micro frontend architecture library, clashofstats.com, and others. His talk is on scaling up with Remix and micro frontends. Adrian will show you how you can build a micro frontend architecture with Remix to solve different challenges while building a large product by many teams. But before we switch to the talk, let's see the question for you from Adrian on Slido. So go over to sli.do and type in the code 1818, and you'll see the question Adrian is wondering, are you using micro frontends at your company? 1 for yes and 2 for no. Also, don't forget to ask your questions in Discord. We'll be having a Q&A after in the Q&A Blues Track channel. You can post your questions in there. Let's give a big round of virtual applause for Adrian. Adrian, the stage is yours.
Hey, hi everybody, and welcome to this talk, Scaling Up with Remix and Microfrontends, in which we will talk about how to use Microfrontend in Remix. A little bit about me. My name is Adrian Baron. I'm a senior software engineer at Tractable, which is a cool company that does AI and machine learning for insurance. So we take cool tech in quite a boring market, and we try to make it more modern. Before that, I was a principal software engineer at Kazoo. And at that company, I kind of led the Microfrontend effort. So I'm going to talk mostly about my work there. So first, you're probably wondering, what's a Kazoo? I probably thought about that. That's not the kind of Kazoo we're going to talk about. Going to talk about this Kazoo. Kazoo is the better way to buy a used car. It's basically, for people in the US, it's a clone of Carvana, but in the UK. And what it does is they basically buy used cars and then sell them online. They deliver it to your door, and you get 7 days to try it. If you don't like it, you just return the car. No problem, no question asked. So it's just your traditional e-commerce, like for people that build sites like us. You look at this, you're like, oh, it's an e-commerce website. Yes, it's an e-commerce website. So except every item is like 10,000 pounds or something, right? Cool. So what does frontend at Kazoo looks like? From the beginning, Kazoo have been following a domain-driven design approach, meaning each vertical slice of the problem is owned by a specific team, and they own the whole stack for that specific problem. So they own the front end, the back end, the deployment, everything. So what's some examples of slice, you might ask? For example, you might have search and browse, which is let you search for a vehicle, see the detail of a vehicle, all this kind of things. You would have my account that lets you see your account information and past orders, or consumer finance, which is the loan application online. So when you buy the vehicle, you can like apply for a loan, and there's a lot of form that ask you lots of really fun things like where have you lived in the past 3 years, and that's a separate app. That's a slice of the problem of like selling a car online. So from an implementation perspective, you basically have the domain Kazoo UK and different separate application which are deployed independently and all own a set of pages on the domain. So if you look at that from a Remix perspective, that would be basically multiple Remix apps deployed separately, like independently by teams, but all pointing on the same, like all being like rooted on the same domain, if that makes sense. At Kazoo, they didn't use Remix, they used Next because it was built before, but potentially could migrate to Remix. So that approach works great. And it's called like vertical slicing in the microfrontend architecture, like this kind of each team owns a set of pages. But we saw that sometimes it wasn't granular enough. So let's imagine a scenario we actually had at Kazoo, which is the consumer finance team, which provides this loan application thing, is like, you know what, to boost conversion, because we want to sell more loans, we need to display a finance calculator on the detail of a given vehicle, the detail page of a vehicle. Or for example, when you like placed an order and you want to reschedule your delivery, in my account, you would want to see some kind of thing that lets you select an available slot. And there's a team that owns like all the logistics of moving cars. And there's the one that knows about available slots and what the UI and UX should look like for people to be able to book slots. So they want to deploy their thing on my account. Finally, that one is something that almost everybody has, a header and a footer, which need to be consistent across the whole website. So if you're in a company that deploys a few apps in production and you have a consistent branding, like if you do this kind of vertical slicing already, then you probably have that problem already. Like you probably have a header and footer that everybody needs to like depend on. And that problem of like providing a slice of the page like this, an horizontal slice of the page, is called horizontal slicing in the micro frontend world. Yeah. So first thing that comes to mind, and as a front-end engineer, you're like, oh yeah, that can be an NPM package, right? Like I'm just gonna publish a package on NPM, like in an internal private repository or something that contains a React component, that's a header in the footer, and everybody will just install that in their app and just render it. Done, right? Yes, but we've just introduced a build time dependency between two teams by doing this, meaning any change to the header by the team that owned the header needs updating and redeploying of every application that depends on the header. So that means now our team that like manages that content basically needs to, each time they do a change, need to go see every single team and say, please, can you update and deploy your application again? Which is really painful and kind of like hinders like, team ability to deploy fast. So we kind of want like that pattern of NPM package worked quite well, but we would want independent deploys. Introducing tiny frontend. So to solve that exact problem at Kazoo, I built a library that's called Tiny Frontend and basically aim to solve that specific kind of micro frontend problem. What is a Tiny Frontend? It's an NPM package that fetch its latest deployed implementation at runtime. So imagine an NPM package that you install in your project, but doesn't contain the actual source of the React component, but fetch the latest one at runtime. It's one opinionated implementation of a micro frontend architecture, and it's aimed at solving the horizontal slicing problem. It's not the one true way to micro frontend. Like micro frontend is just an architecture. There's a lot of different solutions out there that are different trade-offs. So this is just one of them. And it's not aimed at solving the vertical slicing problem. So it's not aimed at, for example, it doesn't care about routing or things like this. It's just here to provide a component at runtime. Okay, a few guiding principles that Tiny Frontend follows. Use the framework as a runtime glue. So the idea is like, for example, you might have heard of web components or things like this. And there's quite a few solutions that let you use things cross-framework, like let an Angular app consume a React component or things like this. This is not what Tiny Frontend wants to do. It wants to just say, cool, you're going to deploy a React component and your host is going to be a React app. And just, it's like a library. You expect your host to have React. Could be Vue, could be something else, but it's an assumption we're making. Why do you want to do that? Because having multiple frameworks running in the same page is not great for performance. So generally having a consistent framework for your whole company makes for a better user experience. So second principle, hosts don't need anything special to consume a tiny frontend. Yet again, some micro frontend implementation will require you to have like a big host application that knows a lot of things. Basically, it's more like a framework than a library. And Tiny Frontend is more like a library. So the host should be just a vanilla Remix app or a vanilla whichever apps that use React, for example. We don't want the host to have anything complicated. For them, they should be really easy. Should be basically the same as consuming any regular NPM package. Third one, be type safe. We like type safety. TypeScript is our friend. So if we can provide the types of a component to the team that consume it, so they can make sure that their code is going to run against it at runtime, that'd be great. Ensure shared dependencies are compatible at build time. Because we're providing that component to the other team, our component might be using a version of React. The host application might have a different version of React. We would want some way of checking that those dependencies are compatible at build time. Then automatic opt-in for non-breaking changes. There's the idea of like, I have a header. It doesn't need any information. It's just a React component. And the type is just like cool, it's a header, render it, it's going to show the header. Whenever someone changes the copy inside the header, the color, whatever, the contract of that component doesn't change. So teams that use the header should not have to do anything. If you refresh the page, you should see the new header when you push a new one. Manual opt-in for breaking change mean whenever a team actually that own the header actually need to something new to do their job. For example, we just translated, like made our website internationalized, and other component need to know which language it need to display in, otherwise it can't do its job anymore. Well, in that case, we'll need to communicate to the team that use that component to be like, actually, no, please, you need to provide language as part of the contract to that component for me to do my job. And in that case, you do basically a new package version and ask teams to update manually and change the code base because they actually need to change something in the code base for the component to be able to work. What does the architecture looks like? So we have this amazing diagram that's like, everybody's like, oh my God, what is happening here? There's so many ping boxes. We'll go through them one by one. The first one, the host. So it's the thing that's going to display that macro front, so a Remix app in this case. The second one is a tiny front end. It's a piece of front end, a header, a footer, some kind of component that's going to be consumed by the host, so displayed inside the host application. And it's composed of two folders, an app folder that contains the actual source of your React component, and a contract, which is an NPM package that you're going to publish for people that want to consume that component at runtime to be able to do so. And finally, because we're talking about like deploying those bundles from this tiny front end, because we need to be able to change them because they're not in the NPM package, they can be changed somewhere. They need to be a somewhere to push those bundles to. And in this case, it's a small API built on Cloudflare and deployed on Cloudflare as a Cloudflare worker. Cool. So our example host, in this case, Remix, it's going to install the NPM package, which provide a method, which is asynchronous. When you call that method, it returns to you a React component that you can use in your application. When you call that method, what does it do? Well, it uses a tiny client library to call an API to get the latest version of the bundle. So all the like complexity of like, how do I get a React component at runtime from a bundle that's deployed somewhere and everything, all of that is abstracted away in the library. So when you build a new tiny front end, you don't need to reinvent the wheel all the time and copy paste like a lot of like code. You can just have like basically everything is just abstracted away in this like library that you use. So whenever the team that have the tiny front end, for example, the header team, have a new version of the header, they'll just like basically push to their repository. They'll have some kind of, for example, a GitHub action that's going to bundle the new component and then deploy that bundle to this Cloudflare API. And it will like basically update the state there to say, this is now the new bundle. Someone will then, like a user, for example, come to our Remix app and refresh the page. Because the bundle has changed, we'll get the new bundle and we'll just render the app with the new component. Nice. Okay, so now we're going to go to a small demo because it makes much more sense when you see it for yourself. Cool. So here we have a tiny frontend app. That tiny frontend app is this like box here in pink. Everything inside that is a component that's deployed independently, and it's this code base. And everything outside is just a regular Remix app. So we can see that this code base has two things as we saw, the contract, which is this NPM package that the Remix app installs, and the app, which is the source for that component. Cool. You can see that I can press and there's communication between the two. This is because this is just a regular React component at runtime. So the communication is just literally the Remix app can pass callbacks and you do the communication the way you usually do communication in a React app, right? So some microfrontend framework have like buses and things like this, but here because we use the framework as a glue, all we have to do is is pass callbacks, for example, if we want to. Another nice thing that we can see is if I'm disabling JavaScript and refreshing the page, you can see that I can still see that component. So Tiny Frontend work on server-side rendering. So the Remix app actually load the component, like the latest version of the component from the network at runtime on the server and use that component to render the page on the server. It then also loads it on the client and use it for rehydration. So if I re-enable JavaScript and I reload, things are still working. And to prove I'm not lying about the client, here's the component being loaded on the client. We can see it's loaded from this Cloudflare URL because it's a Cloudflare API that serves this bundle. And if I open it, you can see that it has like this text like hello and the links, and I was deployed and everything. So you can see this is the actual source for that component. Yeah. Let's now go on the Remix side and see how we consume that component. So on the Remix side, if we go to our server-side rendered page that we just saw, here's the text and everything, we can see that we get this component and it's just a regular component, right? We can also see it as a type. So for example, it expects a name property. If we remove it, it's going to complain and say you need to provide a name. And how do we get it? Well, we get it either from client or server, depending on whether we're on the client or the server. And for example, on the server, how is it loaded? We have a function called load tiny frontend server, which is provided by that npm package we installed on this Remix app. And it returns a promise of basically something that contains our component. And we just store it in the global context. That means on the server, we call this function initially. And once we awaited that function, we know the component exists on the server and we can actually render. On the client, we do the same thing, but we call the client one, and we do that before rehydrating the Remix app. There's probably some optimization you could do around page and everything, but yeah. Cool. So now let's see it actually change. So if we go to the source of this app and we go to our component, we are able to change, for example, the text here, say hello Remix Europe, and hop. And let's change also the color. So if we go here and we change this to be Rebecca purple, then we'll be able to commit this up. So I've committing this change and I'm pushing. Yet again, now I'm not doing a change to the Remix application. I'm just changing that component only. So I just pushed on the repository that contained the source for this component here, right? So the Remix app doesn't get redeployed. Nothing changes there. It's still like the same app. If we go to the actions, we can see that there's an action that started on GitHub action. It's currently running the CI, so it's installing the dependencies to build the latest bundle of this, like it's deploying. And it is now deployed successfully. So now if we go here and we refresh, we see that it's now the new component. So press me Remix Europe and the bottle is now purple. And we didn't have to touch our Remix app. Really cool, right? Okay, so that's horizontal slicing. But what about vertical slicing, you ask? With Remix, can we do something about that? So I don't know if you remembered, but we had this very independent Remix application, right? And ideally, what we would want, like one of the problems we have with this is when people cross boundaries between applications, you will actually have to download React again, right? Like each app will ship its own React and Remix and React Router and all those dependencies. So ideally, we kind of want people to be able to, like teams to be able to deploy their own app independently, but at runtime is one federated like Remix app that just works across boundaries. Basically, so we would want some kind of remix host running that could save pages both from a remote A or remote B and like handle everything for us. So I built a very basic proof of concept that shows that it's rather easy to achieve that in Remix. You mostly need to change some stuff in the Remix source. Although, like if you really feel adventurous, you can use my demo to actually like try to do it yourself. But if you wait, I've heard it's possible. It might module federation, like Webpack module federation, might come to Remix and allow you to do that in a like more framework supported way. Okay, demo time for that thing. Cool. So here is my Remix Federation Playground app. And we have two apps. We have a host and a remote. The host is the one currently running. And you can see in its app, in its roots, it only has an index with a link to a /remote page, which doesn't exist in this code base. We also have another code base called Remix Remote, and that one contains a remote page, which is there. What happens if I click on this link? Hey, I navigated from one app to the other one. Now, the really cool thing is this is actually a regular, like there's no page reload, nothing. It's client-side. This is a regular Remix navigation. So it behaves just as if the remote page was part of the Remix host app. Even better than this, we have things like, for example, live reload works. So if I change the Remix remote, it actually reloads inside the host app. And we have everything you expect from Remix, like action function works also. So for example, yes, I submit this form, it's actually going to call this action, and that function is actually going to run inside the host app. I'm not going to get in details on how that works because I don't have the time. But if you search in the discussion on the Remix GitHub, you might find how this works. And that was all. Now we're going to switch to Q&A. Thank you everybody for listening to my talk. Make sure to follow me on Twitter @baronadri. And yeah, thanks everybody. Cheers.
Welcome. That was such a great talk. Thank you so much, Adrian. And we're going to have him up in just a minute to do a Q&A, but don't forget to ask your questions over in the Discord in the Q&A Blues Track channel. Put any questions that you have for Adrian up there. Let's welcome Adrian up on the stage. Hey, how are you doing today, Adrian?
Hi, hey, Brittany. I'm good, and you?
Good. You can tell we're winding down to the end of the day. I'm starting to like stumble over my words and get a little tired, so forgive me. But first, we're going to go over the Slido results that we asked at the beginning of your talk. So we're going to look at the results for, are you using micro front ends at your company? I'm going to switch over to that view and see what the results are. So no, 75% of people said no to that. That's crazy. And then 25% of people did say yes. So is that surprising to you?
I guess it depends what company you work for, right? Like I think not everybody needs to use micro front end. It's like use micro front end if it actually solves like a pain point in your company. So it's totally fine not to use them. So I guess it depends on the audience and where they're from and where they work, I guess.
I guess that is very true. I currently work for Netlify and we don't use micro front ends, but I worked for Granger before and we did use them there. So it is very dependent on the company that you're working for and what their architecture is. So that makes total sense. So we have another question that we asked the audience in the beginning, and we've been asking our speakers all day also. So we would like to know, what is your favorite Remix feature?
Okay, I'm going to be super original here and reply what almost everybody did, which is form and mutations. Yay!
Yes!
Wow, such originality. Yeah, for most of the reason I think people have said, it's really like, I think when you use Remix the first time, you write the loader, you render a page, you see the data. Well, if you used competitor, I don't want to say the word, but like Next.js or like other similar frameworks, you're like, there's nothing new here. But then you look into how do I change data, and then you're like, oh wait, this is like much easier. I just like literally use a form, and then you turn off JavaScript, and you're like, oh my god, it works even in that case.
Yeah.
And it does so much things under the hood by itself, which is really, really nice. Like, I think it's definitely my favorite feature. I think it's one of the big strengths of the framework.
I agree with that too. I think especially if you're working with forms day in and day out, and you see that needs to happen in your framework, and then you don't have that available, or it's hard to implement, then Remix just makes it so easy. So that's a great feature. We have our first audience question from Baymax.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Thank you for the talk.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Cheers.
Yeah. All right, that was the last speaker in our track for today, but a reminder to full ticket holders that next week we still have 2 more workshops to go. If you haven't received any email with the registration link, don't hesitate to email us at events@getnation.org or just go and register for them today. And it's raffle time. Let's see your wonderful tweets. Wow, we've got Kent there.
That's a nice. You
That's
know
a
what?
great screenshot.
Yeah, I love it, and I love pink shirts too. I'm just not saying, but I'm kind of happy that rocking the pink over there. Yeah, a lot of great screenshots.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of us like in there, and Kent, perfect. That's very cool. Oh, speaking of perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
That's our joke on Coding
Listen.
Cat Dev is we have perfect pics.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Cute cat.
Looks, yep, very attentive, listening to all the talks.
All right, I think we're going to have the raffle now, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's go ahead and see the spinner and go ahead and give it a spin.
Let's see who's the winner.
Yeah. Good luck, everyone. All right.
Nice. Congratulations.
To our first winner.
Now we go in the second spin. Let's see what we will get. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Yay. Awesome.
Hey, nice. Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations to both of you. We will get in touch with you after the event today. Wow, what a day. Seriously, like a long day full of so many ideas and teachings and things that we have learned through the day. We'd like to thank all of our speakers for sharing their experiences and knowledge with us. And also thank you so much to our lovely audience for being with us and for watching and participating in the discussions and the speaker Q&A rooms.
Yeah, that was an amazing day. So great to hear all the talks, do the Q&As. Brittany, you were amazing. Thanks, everyone.
You also, Paul.
And once again, thank you to our sponsor, Focus Reactive, Storyblock, and Netlify for your great support.
Yeah, and thank you also to the GitNation team for organizing this event. We've been behind the scenes just praising how much setup they have done for us. You have no idea. It's just amazing.
And if you want to attend more conferences from GitNation team, get GitNation Conference Multipass. Find out more on the GitNation portal at portal.gitnation.org.
Say that 5 times fast. Get at GitNation.
That's no.
I know.
It's gonna be tough.
Okay, subscribe on YouTube to get more talks from previous events, and all of today's recordings will be uploaded to portal.gitnation.org. Check them out there. Full ticket holders will get instant access to them, and free attendees will have access to them in about a month from now.
Again, your feedback is very important to us. It helps us keep making the event even better. We have a form available to you at remixconf.eu/feedback.
Did you think that the conference was over? I know I said it's kind of winding down, but you're wrong if you did. We can't leave without a remote after party. What kind of conference would it be without an after party, right? So just join us at spatial.chat after the conference. You'll find the link on the live stream page just above the player or on the timeline.
We'll be playing Scribble. One person draws the word and the others try to guess it. You'll definitely have fun.
I love that game.
I was going to give this to you, Brittany. Start it out first because, you know,
thank you all so much.
Co-host.
Yeah, thank you for being with us today. We'll see you at the after party. Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you, GitNation. Thank you to the sponsors. And this was such a great conference.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Had a blast, and we'll see you later.
All right, see you at the after party.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town,